ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kí gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run.
Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Okwitara karami baby mo. Ave Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ayendaba. Maybe one of these days I'll actually get a full translation of that song. But Ayendaba, and here we go again. So Ayendaba, here we go again. It's a jam-packed session, by the way. Just so many things to go through. So sit yourself down, settle yourself in, get your go-to tipple, if that is chocolate or coffee or anything stronger, and just surrender yourself to the space. I'm not quite sure why I'm sweating in the middle of winter, but there it is. Surrender yourself to the space for however long this session lasts. Another blockbuster session by your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. One man went to mow. So one man went to mow. The usual protocol: click on like, click on subscribe. The buttons are there, and there's a questionnaire asking you if you've done it. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe. And then if you want to come participate, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll invite you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's as easy as easy gets. It's as easy gets. So as easy gets, and let's get to it straight away because just so much to go through. So let's kick it off with this. So we kick it off with this. And by the way, we're revisiting an old talking point with this particular headline now. We have fought on this platform back and forth around especially this narrative. So it has now come to a crescendo. Afenifere sacks Ayo Adebanjo as acting leader, constitutes 21-member elders council headed by Fashoranti. So Organa Master, Daddy will always be Daddy, and the empire strikes back. Also, all of those superlatives in play. So all of those superlatives in play. Afenifere sacks Ayo Adebanjo as acting leader, constitutes 21-member elders council headed by Fashoranti. So it is quite pertinent to note that that committee is actually headed by Fashoranti. So of course the rivaling for the leadership of the Afenifere space was bitterly fought between these two characters, Pa Fashoranti and Pa Adebanjo, and it looks as though Pa Fashoranti wins through. Adebanjo was dismissed as Afenifere leader at the monthly meeting of the group held at the residence of its leader, Ruben Fashoranti, in Akure, the Ondo State capital. So there it is right there. That already tells you all there is. Yoruba Social Cultural Group, Afenifere, on Wednesday scrapped its acting leader, deputy, let's take that again. Yoruba Social Cultural Group, Afenifere, on Wednesday scrapped its acting leader, deputy leader position. Pa Ayo Adebanjo held the acting leader position. It was learned that Adebanjo was dismissed as Afenifere leader at the monthly meeting of the group held at the residence of its leader, Ruben Fashoranti, in Akure, the Ondo State capital. According to a communique issued by Comrade Jare Ajayi, National Publicity Secretary of Afenifere Worldwide, a new Elders Council of 21 members has been formed, with Ruben Fashoranti serving as chairman. So let's pause there for a moment. A new members committee has been formed, and that is right. with Ruben Fashonaute acting as the leader. Now, that is questionable. So I'm going to check in a moment, but just as far as we've documented, Ruben Fashonaute must be near 90 years old thereabouts, so it should not be in the leadership or the headship of anything. It can be in a temporal position whilst that 21-member committee looks for a more substantive leader to take that space forward. And that leadership really should be nobody older than the age of 60, because we want somewhat of a youthful verve around that space. It was learned that Adebanjo was dismissed as Afenifere leader at the monthly meeting of the group held at the residence of its leader, Ruben Fashonaute, in Akure, the Ondo State capital. According to a communique issued by Comrade Jare Ajayi, National Publicist Secretary, Afenifere Worldwide, a new Elders Council of 21 members has been formed, with Ruben Fashonaute serving as chairman. In attendance at the meeting were representatives from various state chapters of Afenifere. So this paragraph is quite pertinent and quite salient. This paragraph right here, it gives authenticity to the action taken. In attendance at the meeting were representatives from various state chapters of Afenifere, according to the communique. So if all of the state chapters were represented, and at the end of their meeting or whatever it was, the outcome of that was to rest Fashonaute as the acting leader and reinstate to rest Pa Adebanjo as the acting leader and reinstate Pa Fashonaute as the substantive leader, that makes it a fait accompli. So that tells you then that is the totality of the will of the Afenifere space. In attendance at the meeting were representatives from various state chapters of Afenifere, according to the communique. The communique said, a motion on the need to abrogate the dual position of acting leader and deputy leader was moved by Dr. S.J. Ibikunle from Ogun State. It was seconded by members from Ekiti, Kwara, Oyo, and Ondo State. When the matter was thrown to the General House, the motion was unanimously carried. So that is to tell you then that the entirety of the Afenifere space wanted Pa Fashonaute out. Flowing from this, the leader then declared as follows: in light of recent events and the pressing need to reposition and rejuvenate Afenifere. So to reposition and rejuvenate Afenifere is never to put it under the leadership of Pa Fashonaute, of course. In light of recent events and the pressing need to reposition and rejuvenate Afenifere, it has been decided as follows. The position of acting leader and deputy leader have now been abrogated. The responsibility and authority of advising the leader, Afenifere and Asiwaju Yoruba, are now vested in the Afenifere and Elders Caucus, which is hereby constituted. Members of the Elders Caucus, then it goes on to give us the names: Chief R.F. Fashonaute, Chairman; Chief Ayo Adebanjo, HRM. So Ayo Adebanjo is still very much a member of the Afenifere group leadership. This is what is coming through, but is no longer in that headship of that space. So members of the Elders Caucus are Chief R.F. Fashonaute, Chairman; Chief Ayo Adebanjo, His Royal Highness, His Royal Highness, His Royal Majesty, should say, HRM, Oba Olufalaye. So I think Olufalaye actually took kingship of a particular domain not that long ago. So Chief Olufalaye, CFR, GCON, His Excellency Senator Adebayo, Senator Femi Okunrumi, PhD, whatever, Bashorun, Arogbofa, Senator Kofo, Bokno Akerele. So I'm not quite sure, because if you are thinking that this is a pro Tinubu space, then if you are reading through the names already, you can already pick out two people that are violently anti-Tinubu. Fashion-Oti, of course, you already know that. But Senator Kofo Bokno Akeredolu was Tinubu's deputy or vice deputy governor during his tenure, and they fought tooth and nail throughout that tenure, still very much carrying very much a gripe against Tinubu. Architect Bishop Prince Ayo Ladigbolu, Lieutenant General Alani Akinrinade, Major General Olu Bajowa. So these are all of the big names within the Yoruba space that you're and big traditional names as well, not the Pepe Rempe dollar flashers, but these are satiated, steeped in the wool Yoruba stalwarts. Major General Olu Bajowa, Professor Bolaji Akinwande Akinyemi. So Bolaji Akinyemi, of course, was the foreign minister under the Babangida administration. Professor Banji Akintoye, you already know, he's a Yoruba nationalist. Otunba Ibikunle, Chief Femi Aluko, Professor Alonge, Dr. Yomi Fini, Prince Olusi, Honorable Korede Duyile Duyile, Professor Rocco Shekoni, Honorable Lekon Alabi, and Dr. Kunle Olajobi. I'm actually glad I read through those names because this is exactly how you will want the this is the backbone of the Yoruba space. These names, they constitute a backbone of the Yoruba space. The group also resolved that the Nigerian security architecture needs to be reworked to ensure citizens can live without fear of kidnapping or harassment, including allowing states and local government councils to establish police services which could help combat kidnapping and banditry. So they are already now fleshing out their mission statement. And the real actual mission statement of the Afenifere space, as you know, has always been wrapped around the narrative of devolution, and this somewhat leans towards that space. The group also resolved that the Nigerian security architecture needs to be reworked to ensure citizens can live without fear of kidnapping or harassment, including allowing states and local government councils to establish police services which could help combating kidnapping and banditry. The communique said, the recent blast in Ibadan highlights the need for federating units to control mineral resources, particularly mining and exploitation, to prevent similar incidents. Afenifere, and that, by the way, that's another restructuring inference, by the way. That's another restructuring inference right there. Afenifere emphasized the urgency for restructuring Nigeria and urged President, and they've now landed on it where they really wanted to be. Afenifere emphasized the urgency for restructuring Nigeria and urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to initiate the process. The union also discussed the establishment of a nomad vigilante. The union also discussed the establishment of a nomad vigilante militia by Miyetti Allah Hure, which Afenifere deemed inappropriate. The organization hoped that Tinubu's renewed hope agenda would improve Nigeria's life by strengthening the naira, reducing energy costs, and ensuring regular electricity supply. The communique said, in view of the current high cost of living, Afenifere urged the federal government through its various organs in charge of finance and fiscal policy to accelerate actions that will strengthen the value of our currency, enhance productivity, reduce cost of items and services, or get towards reducing inflation and enhancing the welfare of the people. So it goes on and on. I'm not going to read through all of this, but you get the general thrust of where Afenifere is positioned now. So the general thrust of where Afenifere is positioned now, but the highlight of that, bye-bye Adebanjo, bye-bye Adebanjo. So that's the highlight of that. If anybody wants to hop on, so that the conversation can take place. Let's go on from that to this. Ndume spoke for himself, not Senate on relocation of CBN. This is Karami. So the controversy now around yet the latest outburst by Senator Ndume. There were more reactions on Wednesday to call by Senate Whip Senator Ali Ndume on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to stop the relocation of some departments of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria from Abuja to Lagos. Ndume, in a Channels television interview on Tuesday, warned Tinubu that there would be political consequences for his action, claiming that the president was being misled by a cartel of Lagos boys. Reacting, Senator Karami Sunday, Kogi West, described Ndume's position as personal and does not in any way represent a position taken by the Senate. He stated in Abuja it was needless to attach ethnic or other sentiments to the relocation of offices, which Karami said was done for cohesion and better delivery of services. The senator said, leaders need to avoid utterances that will heat up the polity and cause division and disaffection amongst the federating units of this country. For example, the headquarters of 96% of all banks in Nigeria is in Lagos. The staff of the banking and supervision division department of the central bank often travel to Lagos to check their books at the headquarters. It will therefore save cost to have that directorate in Lagos. Also, Lagos remains the hub of aviation in Nigeria. For operational efficiency, it is better to have FAAN in Lagos. What is important to our people in the North and Nigerians as a whole is how decisions of government will affect their lives positively and put food on their table at a cheaper price. They are not bothered by any ethnic sentiments on the relocation of offices of federal ministries and agencies. Senator Ndume's position is personal and does not represent the position of the Nigerian Senate. It was learned that the Northern Senators Forum had not taken an official formal decision on the issue, preferring the option of investigation. During the forum's last meeting, where the issue was raised, the members urged caution on taking a hasty position, calling for a full investigation to be conducted before any intervention, including legal processes, would be explored. When this issue was raised for discussion on the platform of Northern Senators Forum, the chairman of the forum, Senator Abdul Ngi, cautioned on the need to exercise restraint. So that's essentially the Northerners distancing themselves from the wild assertions of Senator Ndume. So that's the North distancing itself from the wild assertions of Senator Ndume. Petrol price to crash in Nigeria. So this is the CBN governor now, Cardoso. Haven't seen the numbers now bringing us a message of hope. Let me screw this in. So that's the CBN governor. Haven't seen the numbers bringing us a message of hope. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has projected a fall in the pump price of petrol in Nigeria. The CBN boss, who spoke on Wednesday in Lagos during the launch of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group 2024 Macroeconomic Outlook Report, based the projection on the coming on board of refineries in Nigeria. So a lot of people have actually speculated that the coming on board of these refineries might not significantly affect fuel at the pump, but the CBN governor, but what did he actually say? It's set to crash. So so to crash is a significant differential. So it's not to marginally lower, but to crash. That's what he said. The CBN governor who spoke on Wednesday in Lagos during the launch of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group 2024 Macroeconomic Outlook Report based the projection on the coming on board of refineries in the country. Correspondents report that whilst Dangote refinery has already commenced production, the Port Harcourt refinery is expected to begin production soon as well. On the basis of these, Cardoso said the expected stabilization or reduction in fuel cost is poised to have a far-reaching implication across various sectors, contributing significantly to overall economic efficiency and resilience. Speaking generally about the Nigerian economy, the CBN governor said, I am confident that we are already witnessing positive outcomes, and these will undoubtedly become more apparent in the near future. So it is important to note that he's speculating to the near future. And when things start to change for the Nigerian space, it's going to change quite sharply and change almost permanently, because they have an agricultural architecture, which of course we have to allow for the grain cycle, which will come into it should start to fruit out within the next in no more than 2 months. So they have this policy around fuel now. Dangote starts to pump, Port Harcourt starts to pump, and the prices starts to drop. So, and of course, this affects everything, doesn't it? Food prices, etc. Speaking generally about the Nigerian economy, the CBN governor, I am confident that we are already witnessing positive outcomes, and this will undoubtedly become more apparent in the near future. The dedicated and relentless efforts being made are certain to bring about significant and positive changes for our economy. Indeed, recent reports from international rating agencies such as Fitch, Moody, and commendations from multilateral banks like 3 classified as anyway, it goes on to a message of hope. It gets a bit too technical there. So let's abandon that immediately and move on to this. Move on to this. Still plenty of space in the room. Anybody that wants to hop on. Pantami annoyed some persons in Buhari's cabinet. This is Fashola. So what exactly happened under the Buhari administration are now coming out. Former Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, has said his ex-colleague, Professor Issa, and by the way, he's not a professor because they withdrew whatever professorship he bought from some state university in the East. So I'm not quite sure why they're calling him a professor. A former Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola, has said his ex-colleague, Professor Issa Ali Pantami, stepped on toes in the Muhammad Buhari administration. He said this on Wednesday in Abuja in his keynote at the public presentation of a 341 book titled A Scholar's Journey, Navigating Academia, written by the former Minister of Communication and Digital Economy. Fashola said Pantami was annoying to some people in the Buhari administration because he was meticulous and his dedication to getting things right all the time. So that sounds more complimentary than I thought it was a lashing. So we don't really want Pantami complimented. So let's go on very quickly to this. Still with Cardoso. Cardoso says the Naira is undervalued. So I wonder what he actually means, because there's an element of artificiality to the way the Naira is being played at the moment. And anybody that understands where the pinch point is going to be richer than Dangote. Cardoso says the Naira is undervalued, CBN to work towards genuine price discovery. So what does this mean? Governor of the central bank, governor of the central bank, Mr. Yemi Cardoso, has stated that the Naira is undervalued, promising that in 2024, the bank will work towards real price discovery in the foreign exchange market. Mr. Cardoso stated this whilst delivering a keynote address at the Nigeria Economic Group Outlook for 2024 via video conference. According to Cardoso, the Apex Bank will execute inflation taming policies through monetary policy instruments and collaboration with the fiscal side of the economy, which is the Ministry of Finance. So somewhat of a synergy between Wale Edun and Cardoso is what he's saying. He also promised to shrine discipline in the forex market and promptly address any infractions and abuses. He said, "We believe that the Naira is currently undervalued, and coupled with coordinated measures on the fiscal side, we will expedite genuine price discovery in the near term. This coordinated approach will contribute to a more balanced and stable exchange rate. The Naira created for blah, 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 increasing the Forex reserve. On increasing the FX reserve, Mr. Cardoso stated that the bank's partnership with the Ministry of Finance and NNPC ensures all foreign exchange inflow is returned to the bank, as it will result in the accretion of the country's foreign reserves, so taming inflation, etc., etc. So Cardoso of the thought then that the Naira has not yet found its true value. So Naira not yet found its true value. Let me take you to two more readouts, and then we'll see if there's anyone in the room. And if there isn't, then we might well sing ourselves a song. Sing ourselves a song. Ondo Governor Aiyedatiwa sacks all Akeredolu's commissioners order. So this shouldn't really come very much as a surprise, because he will want his loyalists. But it's quite interesting, actually, the photographs that he has in his office. So he still retains Akeredolu's photograph there, himself, of course, in the middle, and the president to the far left. So that's quite interesting, actually. That's politics still. The governor of Ondo State, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, has sacked all the state executive council with immediate effect. The governor also relieved all senior special assistants and special assistants of their duties. In a statement by his chief press secretary, Ebenezer Adeniyo, on Wednesday, the governor said the development would take immediate effect. The statement reads, all members of the cabinet are to immediately hand over to the permanent secretaries all the most senior administrative officers in their respective offices. All the affected officials, and by the way, a lot of these people would have had the anticipation that this was coming, and they would have been doing their last minute. Sorry, can people hear me? Somebody is telling me that the audio is glitching. Is the audio glitching? If the audio is glitching, let me know in the yes, if the audio is glitching, let me know in the comment section. It may well be just that guy's system right there. So that's Aiyedatiwa sacking all of whatever his name is, Akeredolu's functionary. But that comes really as no surprise. Let me go on to the last reading. P&ID EFCC demand resources boss death certificate. So the last time we visited this storyline, it was essentially that this woman was dead, declared dead in I think it was in the UK, but apparently the EFCC not convinced. EFCC demands ex-Petroleum Resources boss death certificate. So what's led to this? The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission on Wednesday demanded to see the death certificate of the former director of legal Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Grace TIAGA. TIAGA'S lawyer, Daniel Alumun, had November the 4th, 2023, informed the Federal Capital Territory High Court that his client had died. TIAGA was standing trial before Justice Olukayode Adeniyi on allegations bordering on bribery in the controversial gas supply processing agreement between Process and Industrial Development and the federal government of Nigeria. She was first arraigned on September 2019 before the court in the case. On October the 3rd, 2020, the EFCC increased the charges to 11 and again amended the charges to 13. The EFCC first amended, EFCC further claimed that she violated various laws by entering into the agreement without prior approval of the Federal Executive Council and a certificate of no objection to the contract from the Bureau of Public Enterprises. She, however, pleaded not guilty to the allegations preferred against her. The prosecution subsequently called 8 witnesses to testify against the defendant and closed this case on February 27, 2023. The court then directed the defendant to open her defense on the next adjourned date. At the hearing of the case on November 4th, 2023, counsel to Tiaga Aluman told the court that the defendant passed away. On August 1st, 2023, at a hospital in Abuja, and urged the court to dismiss the matter. The matter was, however, adjourned till Wednesday. Not satisfied with the claim, the counsel for the EFCC, Mohammed Hussein, insisted that TIAGA'S death certificate must be produced before the court. How difficult is it to forge a death certificate in Nigeria? I think that's just a nonsense, really. But they want to see the body and they want to see the funeral is what you really want to be seeing. TIAGA'S counsel pleaded with the court to give him more time to get the certificate, adding that her death certificate was not yet ready. So she died, when did he say? August, thereabout 2023, and still no death certificate to produce. Hussein rose again and said, "My lord, the certificate must be brought to the court as stipulated by the law before any decision can be taken." Justice Adeniyi, however, adjourned until March the 6th for further report on the death certificate. So there it is right there. It's just it's just a gift that keeps on giving our dear country. So she just claims that she'll just disappear somewhere into the UK, go and have plastic surgery and continue to spend those endless billions that she looted. So the endless billions that she looted, I think that's sufficient enough to be going with. So let's play the Kegite music and hopefully then a conversation can ensue. But first, of course, you know where we're going. Egbe Elemu, the Kegites. You know, I always struggle to find out this Kegite. I try to move it to a place that is within easy reach, but it seems to have a mind of its own. Where is my Kegite music? I can't blame Thomas because Thomas wasn't here even yesterday, but where is my Kegite music? Who's nicked my Kegite? And here it is, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Bobby master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de everybody ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. I'm here, Paul. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So see plenty of room, like I said, but certainly some of the spaces occupied by Babati. Good to see you, BT. Ola in the house. Always a delight to see Ola and Solly, who has stopped smoking weed. New and improved Solly. So let's kick it off with BT then, who came specifically to speak to a matter. BT, good to see you. Babati, oh.
It's on World Round.
It's on World Round. All right. BT, are you there?
I'm only kidding.
Yes, it could well be on World Round. All right. Do you want to kick it off for us then, Ola?
Okay. Hello, everyone. How's everything going? Everybody seems to be enjoying themselves, and it's a nice January anyway. So, it's a lot of things. A lot of things are going on in Nigeria, and I'm very interested. So, where do we start?
Do you want to start it off with the Afenifere space? So, Aiyedatiwa kicked out even. So go to that space. Kick it off from there. What's your take on that?
So, what did Aiyedatiwa say? They were on restructuring, right?
No. The Afenifere space has restructured, and Aiyedatiwa has been structured out of his acting leader position, and a council of elders has now been constituted. Fashionoti reaffirmed as the substantive leader of the Afenifere group. So essentially, what
I know now. That Baba is already old, and the Baba should go or retirement. But
Fashionati is older now, and they've made him, they've affirmed him as the. All right, carry on. But I think
okay. Let me get it. Fashionati resume and they retire who?
Fashionati has been retained as the substantive leader of the Afenifere group. Aiyedatiwa, who was the acting leader, that role of acting leader has been deleted along with him occupying that position. So instead, they formed a council of our elders, which he is also part of, but is no longer the leader. I think this is punishment for his antics back in Peter.
Okay, why I will leave that for the like of Baba Ajale Koko and this thing. So it's so clear. Yeah, to me, do you think I support what they've done in totality? Well, I would say I support it because Afenifere normally should be for Yoruba social political group. It shouldn't be for any other interest. But it's just like having Arewa now coming out and start fighting for the start fighting for maybe the southern people or for Ijaw people. So I think that should be a unique social-cultural group that should be fighting for us. So since all what Aiyedatiwa did during that election was just like you are throwing your own person under the carpet and fighting for someone else. Yeah, the argument about equality, where you can say that, but it's not everything. You have to pick your fight. You have to be very careful too, because the candidacy of the person you are even supporting, if you look at it, if you need to x-ray that, he has never represented the fight, what Afenifere stands for. How do I mean? During the time of Nadeko, and when the Abacha, when the Afenifere Nadeko people, when they were fighting the military government, the like of Peter Obi was nowhere to be found. Even the corrupt whosoever we want to call Omoburuku, that we want to call Tinubu now, he played a major role in pushing the military out. You understand? So he did a lot of things to put the military out. So looking at that, we should normally stand for what the like of Afenifere and Nadeko and all those pro-democracy groups stood for then. You understand? I now look for someone that I was a beneficiary that was dialing with the devil then, and that's the kind of person you are promoting, and you are now using the platform of Afenifere to do that. So to me, it just shows that Afenifere is now re-announcing and now trying to put a standard that no, we stand for something different from what Pa Adebanjo was standing for. So it was clear that Aiyedatiwa may be having some kind of personal grudges or personal thing to settle with Tinubu, but where at least we can see that the larger house now is taking their decision. So I don't see anything wrong in it because they really understand what they want. But that's a smaller part of the disruption, right? But the one in Abuja is the one that I'm really interested in. All this foul cry just because CBN.
All right, we'll expand it to that space in a moment. But Ola, let me bring Ajanle Koko into this conversation because if you remember when we had this really explosive session around Pa Adebanjo and his somewhat treacherous stance against his own tribe and kin, and Ajanle Koko defended him quite fervently. But it looks as though a normal order has been resumed. So, Ajanle Koko, your party man has been sacked.
Man, you guys are funny.
Yes.
Who is going to sack an elder? Can an elder be sacked? Who is going to sack an elder?
Yeah, he has been reassigned to a lower position. Then what is Nsegbe? What is Baba Segbe?
Baba, why can't they sack an elder? But this is a position. This is not his natural birth. This is not his birthright.
Okay. Well, let me say greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Who are the people that sack him? One man. Who are those people?
Yes, it was the totality of the Afenifere space. So they had a meeting in Akure where all of the state representatives came to discuss how the future direction of the Afenifere space. And in the course of that meeting, they came up with the resolution that they were going to delete that position that Pa Adebanjo occupied. And then they were going to substitute it, but they reaffirmed Pa Fashion-Roti as the chairman of the group. So they said that position is voided, but instead of that position, they then constituted an elders council, which Pa Adebanjo is also a member of, but it doesn't really hold any title within that. So that elders council are headed by Pa Fashion-Roti, with Adebanjo, the rest of them are members, including Olufalaye and everyone else.
Let me tell you this. This is a dirty politics that is going on among the Afeniferes.
Do you think they are clearing the deck for Tinubu? Because that's what I thought when
Those factions that supported Tinubu are the ones that are doing this nonsense. I call it nonsense. Because Afenifere have a constituted ESCO, Executive Committee. So if in a normal organization, if they want to sack, they cannot single out one person. If there's a need for the ESCO to go, it has to be the entire ESCO. And they must have done something wrong. They must have violated maybe the constitution of the organization. And for that reason, new team have to come in. And all of them have to. Is Baba Adebanjo in that meeting? Was it
didn't say, but what it did say was that all the delegates from all of the state chapters were there. So it did say that. It says, in light of recent events and the pressing need to reposition and rejuvenate Afenifere, it has been decided as follows. The position of acting leader and deputy leader have now been abrogated. The responsibility and authority of advising the leader of Afenifere are now vested in the Afenifere Elders Caucus, which is hereby constituted. And then it goes on to members of the Elders Caucus, Chief R.F. Fashionroti, Chairman, Chief Aiyedatiwa, Oba Olufalaye, etc., etc. So the only person now that retains, even reaffirmed, because it was never not the chairman, Pa Fashionroti, but Pa Adebanjo Montebellori.
Let me tell you this. Like I said earlier, it's the people that are supporting Tinubu that are carrying out this nonsense. It's a total nonsense. If you want to take person out of position, you must have done something wrong, and you have to go through disciplinary committee. Afenifere is a well-organized committee. I mean, a well-organized group.
Disorganized by
Ajanle Koko, you didn't get the thing. That position that Pa Adebanjo was occupying, right? Was a temporary position.
Let me land. I know that we have some of you that pro Tinubu, and you guys are very happy and dancing palongo with no drum, and dancing Fuji reggae. So,
but Ajanle Koko, Pa Adebanjo cannot say he did not. From the politics that he was playing, he knew ultimately that this was going to be the sacrifice. He knew they would get rid of him, of course, if Tinubu won.
Let us take out all our biases. Let us be objective, and let us look at.
But can you do can you also do the same? Can you remove your own bias against Tinubu?
Yeah, I'm not biased.
You are.
Hold on.
Yeah, we know you are. We know.
I'm not biased. Look, let us look at an organization, how it is run. Okay? They have ESCO that are running that organization day to day up, running of that organization.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Baba, I'm muting you only because of the background noise that is filtering through.
Okay.
If you want to interject,
thank you.
If you want to interject or mute,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, carry on, Ajanle Koko.
Okay, so if the secretary of the organization is not there, if all the executive members of the organization are not at that meeting, and some people gang up somewhere and saying they are taking out Baba Adebanjo, I think they are doing it in a very wrong way. Adebanjo must be present at any meeting where they want to tell him or take him out of position. It must be, he must have to go through a disciplinary committee if he have done anything good.
Okay,
and Baba Fashionroti personally wrote a letter, official letter, to say, look, Adebanjo can take over from me as the new leader of the organization.
Yeah, but Ajanle Koko has done a poor job. That's the problem. And I think they have the right to restructure if they want to. It doesn't have to have done anything wrong. I think it's
correct,
within their purview.
I mean, you guys.
All right, Ajanle Koko, let me take this window to give you this paragraph as well to address what you just said. They said the communique said a motion on the need to abrogate the dual positions of acting leader and deputy leader was moved by Dr. S.J. Ibikunle from Ogun State. It was seconded by members from Ekiti, Kwara, Oyo, and Ondo State. when the matter was thrown to the General House, the motion was unanimously carried. So it was constitutionally, it wasn't in the dead of the night or anything.
I am telling you, people that have ganged up to do this are playing politics. They are for Tinubu and they are prepared for that meeting. They have reason to call that meeting outside the real executive committee that runs.
No, let's not do it. So time don't supposed to be. So we'll play politics by any. It was
doctrine of necessity. Doctrine of necessity.
Let's be fair now. Let's not do this tonight. When it was supposed to be, say kill was by.
No. They even call Afenifere a political party.
So when he ignored his own base to support Peter Obi, what do you call that?
Oh, hold on now.
That is politics now.
Why are you people?
And that was treachery of the first order. Anyway.
Can you people
let's not do this now.
I mean, sometimes you want to run your emotion on things.
Not the emotional.
And you don't want to go. You don't want to hold on. Let me please, sir. You don't want to look back. You don't want to look back to the history of how Afenifere has operated in the past, how they play their politics in the past. You want to look at it. You don't want to look into the history. Afenifere has supported Atiku before. Tinubu was alive. He was in a different party. Did they take him out? Did they take Baba? Baba Fatoroti was there as the chairman. Afenifere has supported Jonathan before. Did they take them out? Afenifere have supported Falaye before. So what I'm trying to tell you is that Afenifere have supported somebody for the position of president outside Yoruba land before, and nothing happened.
Put in the right context.
No way a Yoruba man was contesting.
One at a time.
When there's a precedent for something, there's a precedent that Afenifere have supported candidates outside Yoruba. They supported.
His own was very personal and very vindictive. Not the typical Afenifere.
No, don't go personal this time.
No, he made it personal. No, the man made it like Tinubu now. You know that. The guy made it personal. That was the problem.
You guys just hold on. This is not personal. They have a precedent. They have history of supporting people outside Yoruba land.
Is that a good history?
That is the key.
Hold on now, Ajanle Koko. Not when there is a Yoruba person in a realistic position to they've not supported somebody against.
They did not support Falaye. They did not support Falaye against Obasanjo. Is Obasanjo not a Yoruba man? People you saw. Is Obasanjo not a Yoruba man?
Falaye is an Afenifere member.
Look, whether Afenifere member or no Afenifere member, we have an history that Afenifere have supported.
See,
other people that are not Yoruba.
Hold on, is that against a Yoruba person?
I mean, have
they supported somebody against a Yoruba person?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Okay.
Oh yes. What is the name of this man from Ibadan that was contesting for presidency? He was a member of Afenifere now. They did support him. They supported Jonathan. Now, what do you call this thing? What is this guy?
They supported somebody that you don't know his name.
Oh, look, hold on, man. Listen, one man. I can't remember his name, but he's a popular man. I think maybe, I don't want to say maybe.
And he was running, and I didn't even know his name.
Hold on now. You guys, you hold on. His name is, I can't remember the name, right?
Well, there you are. That shows you how realistic it is.
Ajanle Koko. You know where this argument
is. He's an Ibadan politician. He's an Ibadan man. Maybe
Adedibu. Is it Adedibu?
It's not Adedibu. It's
There's nobody with
hold on. The fact that you can't remember his name, that tells you just what his chances.
It is not. Don't say tell me this. This man is an Afenifere man. he play his politics.
Mo sọ pé mo rántí orúkọ ẹ̀. You know why this argument is difficult for you to win is this. When there's no where we don't have solid foundation for something we can say is a truthful foundation. That is why the argument is very difficult. Look at it this way. I leave my family, I carry on my support and support other family. And my family now are now angry against me just because they feel that they have they feel some kind of negative effect for me supporting another family against them. How do I come back to them and I say, okay, I'm trying to be fair? It doesn't all go well, because whether we like it or not, whether you like Tinubu today or not, Tinubu was a member of Afenifere, even if you want to claim that it's no longer part. And what caused this problem was just because he was not dancing to them as the governor of Lagos State. But what this guy did for them during the time of that struggle, whether we like it, we can never erase it from the history. And now, in an attempt to now say, okay, for vendetta, you understand, for vendetta, you now went against your policy, against what you stand for. Now, someone that was supporting the military government that you were fighting against, you were now promoting him. So already you've rubbish the legacy and the original thing that happened for.
What about telling you? Hold on.
It's difficult. One thing. The thing is this. This man has something to grab with Tinubu. We just have to accept it.
It is not so. You guys are just carrying.
It was personal.
When Afenifere was supporting Jonathan and was supporting Atiku, Tinubu was not in line with Afenifere then. And they did not believe.
You talked about Harry Akonde.
Hold on. This dirty politics that you are bringing into Afenifere is going to destroy the leadership structure of Yoruba land, and it's going to destroy the future of Yoruba people. That is what you don't know. Hold on. Let me give it to you people. When Tinubu was playing his politics against Afenifere, you guys did it, no problem. They didn't do anything against him. They didn't say Tinubu must die or anything must happen to him. But now that Afenifere is playing the politics of fairness, politics of how do I call it? The politics of fairness, politics of balancing the political power of the country.
Let me ask you a question. If Afenifere was playing the politics of fairness, why have they now gone against Pa Adebanjo?
No. What I'm telling you is that the people that are going against Adebanjo, they are factional group supporting Tinubu and trying to.
No, I read it out. They are representatives from all.
They are not. They are not representatives. They can claim so. One man. They can claim so. They are not. I am telling you, they are not.
They can be.
They did the same thing before the election. They did the same thing. Before the election, they issued out several communiques against Adebanjo. This is not the first time. They are disgruntled people. They are inactive people.
Let me take.
Okuro Musa is a major figure in the Okuro Musa is not a factional leader, but member. He's a major. Do you know who he is now? So Okuro Musa is a major now. So how can you now say they are factional leaders?
Let me give you the names, BT. Let me give you the names that got rid of Pa Adebanjo. His Royal Majesty Olufalaye, Senator C.O. Adebayo, Senator Femi Okuromu, Bashorun, Arugbafa, Senator Kofo, Akerele Bokno, Archbishop Prince Ayo Ladigbolu, General Alani Akerinade, General Olu Abajowa, Professor Akinwande Akinyemi, Professor Banji Akitoye, Otumba, Dr. S.A.J. Ibikunle, Chief Femi
Professor
Aluko.
Banji Akitoye, that is not in Nigeria. Are you guys
Carry on,
serious? What kind of jargon article
no,
is
let
this?
me finish.
Are you guys serious?
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Adebanjo, that is not.
Let me finish. Calm down.
There's feeling coming. There's shekoni coming.
What kind of fuckbomoyo article is this? Bàbá tó sí Nàìjíríà tó porúkọ ẹ̀ sí.
Calm down, Aja.
Even if it's not in Nigeria, there are means of communication still for people not in Nigeria. Prince Alunge, Dr. Yomi, Fini, Prince Olusi, Honorable Koyede Duyile, Professor Rocco, Shekoni, Honorable Lekon Alabi, Dr. Kunle Olajide. So Yoruba can you see? It's just that's just the Yorubas have turned their back.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you guys is that what has he done wrong?
He went against the tribe.
Is he the only one that did so?
His position is not to go against.
Hold on. My question
Traitor.
Was he the only person that took that decision to say we are working for Obi? Was it solely by him?
Yes.
I mean, why are you talking like this? Who is this? Who is saying?
Me, Baba. Okay. He picked his boys, including Ibisheni, took them to Ijebu Igbo, and that's where they decided to follow Obi.
How many people took that decision? How many?
Himself and his boys.
Who are these boys?
Tell me, was Olufalaye there?
No.
Was Alani Akinrade there? Was Bajowa there? Was Fini there? Was Solusi there?
They have executive committee. It was the decision of the executive committee of Afenifere
that's what he claimed.
Where we are going.
Those names are the backbone of the Yoruba people right there. That's those names. That's the backbone of the Yoruba people.
If you single out one man against the decision,
how can you call them personally that? You call them you call them personally leaders of the party, which is not true. They are major stakeholders now. Now.
I mean, one man. I'm even surprised. Baba Towani, Republic of Benin, they even mentioned his name. That he was
but they can join via Zoom now.
What is Zoom?
That man has been coordinating via Zoom.
Look, we have to look. It is time for us as people, I mean Yoruba people, to look at things right and do the right thing. This is not right. If you want to sack him, it must be at the meeting. Other members that took that decision that with him, where is the secretary of the organization? Where are other members of the organization? Everybody must be involved, and let's take the decision. When some people that are pro-Tinubu gang up one place and they say they took, I mean, that is not the way to run an organization. It's going to break the organization apart. And when politics go,
Kofu Akeredolu is anti-Tinubu. Kofu Akeredolu is anti-Tinubu, among several others in that list.
So, I'm sure Kofu Rola Bukno will never support taking out Baba Ayo.
They said the decision was unanimous.
I said I disagree with this. I think it's propaganda, and the truth will come out. When Baba Adebanjo, he's a strong man. You know he will speak. You know he will speak. He will speak tomorrow to the press, and you will hear the truth. This is propaganda sponsored by APC and APC affiliates in what do you call it? In Afenifere, and they will all be disgraced. They are trying to disgrace us as Yoruba people, but they will be disgraced. It's a matter of time. The truth will come out.
But Adale Boko, you cannot say they want to disgrace us as Yoruba people, because what Yoruba people wanted was not what passed for. You remember the rage now during the election from the Yoruba space, that why is this man acting in such a treacherous manner? So they are not disgracing the Yoruba people by doing as the Yoruba people will.
They are disgracing Yoruba people because this is not the way to handle issue among ourselves, particularly the elders. The elders should be able to sit down, settle their scores, and then, move on and carry us along as people. But when you have a situation where some people, because of politics, dirty politics, want to rubbish our elder, the most formidable elder in Yoruba land, the most outspoken elder in Yoruba land, I think it's not good for Yoruba people. It is very, very bad, and it's not good for us now. It's not good for us for the future.
Maybe it can be adopted by the Ohaneze Indigo. What about that? Maybe the Ohaneze Indigo can adopt.
Don't take it as don't inject joke into this. This is not a matter of joke. This is a very serious matter. I'm not happy with this. We shouldn't be doing like this. We shouldn't be treating ourselves like this. It is because of politics. Because of who? Because of Tinubu. Who is Tinubu? Tinubu is going to come and go. His politics will come and go. His time will be over. And when it's over, what are we going to? How are we going to settle this nonsense that we are creating among ourselves? No. We shouldn't, because of politics, tear ourselves apart. That is my own concern. We are tearing ourselves apart, and it's not good for us now. It's not good for the unity of Yoruba people.
Sorry, Ola, let me bring Prince Daddy into this. Prince, so they removed that position. So and that was a very clever move, by the way. They didn't actually sack him. They just deleted his position. So it voided out. But now they've created this Elders Council, which he's also a member of. Do you think Pa Adebanjo should have just resigned rather than allow him to be
I have to go. But let me just warn the clown called whatever his name is, that old fool in the comment section called Pansat. Listen, man. No, let me finish.
Yeah,
guy, I don't play that shit, man. Okay, I'm not one of, don't come at it, don't try me, man. Never in your life again talk to me on this show again, because you come here, you say shit all the time, I ignore you. I don't play that shit. Never in your fucking life play that with me again. Okay, I'm done here.
All right, before you leave, Babati, I'm going to scroll back, see what he said.
What kind of shit is that? So, Daru.
Really, but you know, Pansat.
No.
It comes
because
it comes with
all the time. I never engage him on your show. That old fool, I never engage him on your show. Never in your life again. Okay, I'm done here.
Before you go off, Babati, you said you especially wanted to speak to the CBN storyline.
Yeah, it was just I was just because I had to go read the article because I kept seeing online. Apologies to Prince Adi, by the way, for hijacking your space just for a few seconds, because I kept seeing that they said they were moving the CBN to Lagos. That was the headline I saw all over the timeline. So I had to go read the article. But it turns out that they were only moving the department that supervises the banks to Lagos. And because their headquarters is in Lagos, that's why they're doing it. But I was driving yesterday and I saw, I was hearing that you were discussing that there was the debate on the platform yesterday, right? But I think people kept talking about, there was this interview from this guy from the north talking about what
Ndume.
They should move. No, it was a different guy. It wasn't Ndume. It wasn't.
Yes.
Yeah, that they should move something to Inewi, and they should move that over there, and they should move it over there. And I'm thinking, well, Tinubu is not good luck. It's not good luck for right one man. It's not good luck. So I know he has some balls. So if there's a need to move those things to Lagos, it should. The FAA thing, I'm not sure about that one. I don't know. But I know the CBN, the part of CBN that he wants to move, I think he has every right to. But it speaks to the bigger point as well that these people think that they will lose the job opportunities that they've been saving for their kids that they have abroad to come and take when they're done. You know, they've been doing that for decades.
Yeah, it's even more the case that there are kids that they've slotted into all this.
Right.
They don't want to move their children to Lagos. So
and if they do come to Lagos now, they can
will have to work. They will have to work.
Yeah, reapply, and it should be based on. I mean, for full disclosure, I have a friend that his dad is a retired lawyer in CBN, and he works in CBN Abuja. And this guy he studied microbiology, nothing to do with banking and finance, and he's a top dog over there. So I know these things happen, but I'm saying that. So I just, to my opinion,
but to the logic of that, whoever it was, the former aviation minister, that Northerner that was speaking on Arise TV. But is there not merit to that logic though? Because if you are saying that Lagos is the epicenter of finance, and therefore you have to move key departments to Lagos so that they can interact with that space.
Right.
Is then saying though that by that logic, you then have to move key departments in other parastatals as well to their point of contact, like you move the agriculture key positions to the,
was just,
and then you move finance, you move commerce to Nnewi or Onitsha.
The CBN one is very unique. It's very peculiar. This is the money market here. Okay, so you can't compare. They only moved the department that one man. I hope you read the article, right?
No, we debated it extensively.
No, it's just they are moving the department that supervises banks to Lagos is what they are doing, not the whole CBN. So the argument that they are moving CBN somewhere or they should move different, that does not apply to the argument. So I had to go read up the article myself, but I have to run. I have some rounds to make. One man, by the way, apologies. I saw your email. I will reply. I apologize.
All right, no problem. Come back when you're less busy. I think we may well have Thomas.
But pan start or pan full. Never in your fucking life. You
know, 3 years on. 3 years on. Finally, they ruffled you. I've never seen you ruffled ever before, Babati. So. Okay, Babati.
Don't let him get to you, Babati, please.
On that CBN and fan. You see, one thing is this: we just have to face the fact. When you don't do the right thing, you get wrong results. You see, for those people that moved that department to Abuja, first of all, you start wondering why are they moving into that place. For people,
which department? The FAAN or CBN?
Both. Now, I'm talking of CBN first of all. Now,
you're wondering why they moved CBN to Abuja.
Yeah, why would they even
Abuja is the seat of power now. Abuja is the seat of government.
Oh, okay, CNN headquarters, the last time I know that has the entire infrastructure is in Georgia. It's in Atlanta. And when I went there, I asked them, why would you move your biggest, the most completed operation to? They say that's where that they know that the cost of business is okay for them. It's not necessarily why are they not in Washington DC? You have
CBN, CNN is a private organization. It's not.
That's exactly what I'm saying, because you have to think of government organization as a business structure. You see, when you have the monitoring and supervisory department in Lagos, there are consequences. For example, some of these politicians you see that are running mouths, they are so exposed. They have some kind of dirty credit, not performing credit that, when those people that are supposed to be monitoring, when they start supervising, that alone is even, although I'm not advocating for it, they can see that one as a blackmail against them, because you now have where you can be pushing all those people to do their job and to keep exposing a lot of things. When you see the banking infrastructure in Nigeria, they are mostly concentrated in Lagos. You want to talk of the clearing, you want to talk of everything, they are in Lagos. So
yeah, but the argument is that logic applies to other industry space as well.
I agree. Why not? Now, the business airport in Nigeria today is Lagos. So
the agricultural activities there in the middle belt. So are you saying the Ministry of Agriculture should move to the middle belt?
If they find it so, even though I do not agree that the federal should be controlling agriculture anyway, but then move it to Maiduguri if that's the case. Is that the case? You understand?
And then under other industry spaces, are you saying that their ministries should move to where they're most active?
Anywhere that there are activities for them to monitor.
And the interface with our policy decisions, how is that going to be done?
That's supposed to no. When we are talking of general policy, general administration, you talk of Abuja. But when you are talking, I don't care. You can move NPC to Bayelsa if that what the people from there will benefit. Why should you?
What do you mean the people from there will benefit? What about the interface? Because all these industries, all these ministries, they have to work in close synergy with the federal space.
It depends on the interface you are talking about. If you are talking of the field action and you are talking of the office, I don't see that as interface. Okay, look at it this way now. You want to send someone to First Bank, for example, to go and audit, to monitor all the activities, whether they have the right reserve.
No. Hold on. Those are just functions now. The actual CBN, its real thing is to policy interface with the Ministry of Finance and the federal space and the presidency, and all of them are somewhat are located in Abuja. So for ease of that interface, why would they be in Lagos interfacing with Abuja to interface them with Aso Rock?
You see, this at the strategy level is seen in Abuja there. You have the CBN governor in Abuja. But they are telling you the monitoring, the tactical part of it in Lagos is more of like field. You can have, okay, for example, okay, and I say, okay, I don't even know how to explain this thing. Now, Bill Gates can be in Abuja, and someone that will install solution, that will be monitoring solution, can be in Lagos. Because that's the tactical, that's the field section of it. So the monitoring aspect of it is the field section, not the political section. So the political section can be interfacing in Abuja between the Ministry of Finance and the executive. But those people that will look on ground, okay, what we are even implementing, the strategy we have, whether they are implementing that strategy, okay, let us be monitoring it directly from Lagos. That's what we are saying. So now, those people, they be coming from Abuja, according to the explanation, they be coming to Abuja to come and implement Lagos, and they are claiming extra codes. So why should I be? So instead of claiming extra codes, staying in Lagos and do their job, since you know that most over 80% of your activities are in Lagos. So why should you stay in Abuja? That's what we are saying. Wherever your activities, you have your activities in concentration, should be where your headquarters should be. There was a time for, I'll give an example, even it's private. I don't know if it's still like that, or maybe they have changed. There was a time that headquarters of MTN was moved to Nigeria because Nigeria was where they were getting their most revenue. So I can't just understand the way we bastardize things. So to me, I think this is the time for that restructuring, because they so bastardize this country to the point that people are now even seeing the government.
How is it a bastardization?
It's a bastardization, because there's something I wanted to say, but I don't know how to link it. Look at something like this, for example, woman. If Abacha, Babangida, if they've not moved the Amori and all those heavy machines from Ibadan, from Enugu, from Okitipupa, from Lagos, if they've not moved, relocated everything to Kaduna and the so-claimed northern region and border region they were claiming that time, you understand, just because of their activities, probably we won't have problem of Boko Haram today in Nigeria. Was in another place they were looting military barracks. Anyhow, they were looting military and this thing. Who will come to Lagos and who will come to Ibadan to come and loot easily? But when they get everything there now, those guys, when they started the operation, that's how they managed to have access to large caches of arms.
I'm not sure that example links, but
no. I'm just saying if you leave. Okay, because for example, Lagos used to be the headquarters of the military before, because Lagos was the most important. It was the most important state in Nigeria at that time, whether we like it or not. Even as it is now, whether we like it or not, in Nigeria today, Even after the Abuja,
yeah, but what's the point?
So the point is this: wherever you have most of your activities concentrated, then that means that is most important to you economically, even economically, and there's a link between the economy and the politics too. So concentrate there, go to that place. So Lagos is critical because the center of finance of Nigeria today, whether we like it or not, is the southwest of Nigeria, where you may not like it. Then go to that place when the things are happening. Headquarters of banks are in Lagos, not in Abuja. They've asked the bank to move to Abuja, but when they try to move to Abuja, the bank look at it that, oh, operationally this was not okay for us. The bank on their own, they neglected whatever the federal government was saying the other time. They found their way automatically back to Lagos because Abuja was not visible for them. So then let's CBN that is going to be monitoring the activities too, especially the units. Let them come to Lagos. They are not relocating the entire CBN. It was just a unit, but some people are now seeing everything, every move to make the government, to make the country better as anti their region, which is so sad for that country. And this is why
has that not always been the politics of Nigeria? The Nigerian politics has always been an ethno politics now. When Babangida was Buhari was there, it was not the same narrative that it was cornering all of the important spaces to his region and his people.
I agree with you. This is why we need to restructure. This is why we need to.
We know we need to restructure, but
as many things that the government is holding on to in the name of Federal Republic of Nigeria, everything should start going to the private people, and let all these lazy people that they think government is where they make their money, let them go and think of like Dangote and Co. and look at what they can do. Okay, look at it this way now. Assuming, because if you don't restructure now, assuming that Tinubu now put Nigeria back on the right track, I want good for nothing person now get to that place tomorrow and reverse everything. Look at the debt Obasanjo paid, for example. They've even made more than that now, and those debts, if they use that one to better the life of Nigeria, we won't be complaining. But these thieves that are stealing everything are even the one now fighting. So this is why we need to. I maintain my own that at the end of the government of Tinubu, you may like electrify everywhere, give us 1 million megawatts. If you do not restructure that country, I'm still not comfortable because the worst person than Buhari is still there looking for how to use sentiment to get to power tomorrow. I listened to the careless stuff from Ndume, and that's supposed to be educated person. That ACF leader. See what they were all shunning out. This is the time for us to get serious, and all this kind of one Nigerian thing that the like of Adebanjo are supporting. There's nothing like one Nigeria. Let's not face this fight. We are not the same. We are not the same. Let us make sure that how do we call it? How do we do this thing? Let us piece this thing to segments and let everybody manage their own unit the way they like. So to me, whatever they are, I know that Tinubu is not like someone said. Tinubu is not Jonathan. If you like, shout from now to tomorrow. He's a politician. He knows the game. He will do whatever he's going to do. Look at Ndume was even threatening that there will be political consequence. Already he believed that he's talking to Jonathan. He's already threatening Tinubu against 2027. You understand? So that's the type of mentality. Now, they may be putting CBN and other federal government structure. If they be putting their children there, that one will not even be a major problem. But if they are actually performing, if as at the time of Tinubu at Buhari now, even if they floor people from Mauritania, put everything there, as long as they are Nigerians, and if they done very well, we won't be here today. If everybody will go to his farm and will not be kidnapped, if they've not destroyed the economy, if everyone is well to do, nobody will be complaining. But we are talking of people that will even destroy everything and they will still feel entitled when someone is trying to wrong to right the wrong they did in the past. That is where the problem is. So to me, it's unfortunate, and I think it is time for Nigerians, and we should stop all these politics. That someone was telling us that if Obi was there, if Obi was to be there, if we're doing this thing, you are deceiving yourself. If Tinubu is
No,
dead,
if Obi was dead, I don't think Obi has the political fortitude to make some of the decisions that Tinubu is making. But let's try and bring up.
Obi may be stubborn. Obi may be stubborn, but he won't have that political capital. That's just the problem. Because Obi,
no, it's not about stubbornness now. Obi is not even stubborn. Obi will be just another good luck Jonathan because he doesn't have the political
Obi may be better than Jonathan anyway.
I don't think so, but a difference of opinion. Let's say if Prince Daddy, you wanted to come in, Prince.
Hello, one more, yeah.
Yes, I bet you are some basketball game again. I hope you are spotting the talent. You could well end up being a sport agent.
That'd be nice, yeah. Actually, I would be going to a game in a couple of hours, actually. Anyway.
Brilliant. You wanted to come into that Adebanjo space, but there are so many voices.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I was just trying to interject Akeredolu, right? This man, Adebanjo, right, is favorite on TV station, of course, is Arise. It's like there every week for an interview, and every time it comes, it doesn't sound that objective. It's always antagonistic and always anti-Tinubu in his disposition every time he speaks. So Akeredolu was trying to analyze the situation in a fair manner, whereas this guy here is not fair at all. It is not. And just like somebody said earlier, it's there for Afenifere, and he has to do things in the interest of the Yoruba people. And that's just commonsensical. There's nothing difficult about that. But this guy is he has a special hatred, I would say, for Tinubu. He just dislikes Tinubu to the core. But right after the election, I actually thought they reconciled somewhat. Tinubu reach out with a olive branch to Afenifere and him, but I don't think is down with it. So, but the analysis to say that he's trying to be fair and he's supported other non-Yoruba candidates before. True, but in the context of what we're talking about, that is not exactly true. Okay. In fact, I would understand if, for example, if he supported Peter Obi over Sowore, that's understandable because Sowore has no chance. He has no chance of winning anything. But in the case of Tinubu, that was totally different. I mean, he's essentially worked against Tinubu and campaigned against him, trying to form a merger. I think they actually formed a merger with Ohanaeze, right? What do they call it? They have a name for it. So, regardless of this guy's, actions and inactions, if the Afenifere members decide they want to dethrone him or put him aside, I think they have the right to do so. Restructuring happens all the time in organizations. They may see that, hey, this guy, the helm of affairs, is decision making are not the best for the organization. Therefore, they can just decide to go in a different direction and restructure. And there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't always have to be about Tinubu this and Tinubu that. And of course, I'm not doubting that Tinubu is behind, or maybe not behind, but maybe has interest in what is going on with his people, supporters in the organization. Sure, that is fine. Everything is politics. Everything is politics. Everything is there's politics in everything in our daily life. Politics. Yeah, great. Yeah, great.
Yeah. Sorry. Adebanjo is not against Tinubu alone. It's always against the Yoruba race. I'll tell you why. During the Awolowo period, there's this Alaafin of Oyo. Before he died, there's a video that he made, and it's that Payo Adebanjo, one of them, because the Awolowo boy, that they are the one that they went to tell the federal government that Awolowo is keeping gone Amori in some area. That's why they send Awolowo to prison. So Payo Adebanjo has been doing this thing for a very long time to subjugate the Yoruba race. And nobody know. The time everybody was all the Yoruba, we agreed to vote for Olufalaye. This power Adebanjo against it, and he voted for. He has his own way. He always against the Yoruba race, and
He
he
was
still
against Olufalaye.
Yes,
And
he was against
hold on. He voted for who?
For Obasanjo.
Are you serious?
During the yes, go and check the history is there.
Oh my God! Who is this? Where are you from?
Baba Jane Koko, please wait. Let me explain to you.
And you said that he sold.
Hold on. Oh yes,
he sold
I will send the video. I will send the video to one man now.
Hold on.
Yes.
He sold Awolowo as well, and at the same time, he went to jail.
It's not me that
he was sent to jail.
Allah for
your jail too for
Allah,
that
yes.
felony offense.
Allah,
slamming in jail too.
And Papa Jane Koko.
So what Allah said was absolutely right. So he sold Awolowo for him to be sent to jail, and at the same time they sent him to jail too. He was put through trial. This Aiyedatiwa was put through trial, and he was as well slamming jail by that government.
But he was the one that sold Awolowo out.
He was the one that sold Awolowo.
Papa Jane Koko, shame ni mo sọ ni.
Adebanjo sold Awolowo.
Yes.
And that government that tried Awolowo, tried him for and they sent him to jail too.
Allah for your said it. It's not me. Allah for your said it.
Allah for your will not mention Aiyedatiwa name. Did he mention Aiyedatiwa name?
No. He said it in presence of him.
Did he mention Aiyedatiwa name?
You are there.
No.
The video
Did he mention Aiyedatiwa name?
You didn't mention his name. You didn't mention his name.
All right, I'm not sure where we're going with this, but
did he mention Aiyedatiwa name?
But he said he point to him that he can't inú yín ló lọ kó bá ó lọ́wọ́ tẹ́ sọ pé ó kó ìbọn pamọ́ ní public ló ti sọ.
So did he mention Aiyedatiwa's name?
I'm telling you this.
Did he mention Aiyedatiwa's name?
He will never mention Aiyedatiwa's name.
But never mention. But why are you? What are you saying here now?
But people know that he's the one. He's been doing that. Sir.
All right, thank you. I don't know where you're taking us to.
And when all of them, including him, worked for Olufalaye, you are now saying that he voted for.
He never voted for anything Yoruba race. He will go against it. It's not only Tinubu. You went
all right.
You call yourself the leader.
Back to Prince Daddy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Them also turn to your long.
Well, after this, man, I don't know much about him, of course, but him being on television the past, months leading to the election, you can see all over his face and his words. It's just anti-Tinubu to the core. But anyway, it's personally, I don't see anything wrong with restructuring the organization and trying to take it in a different direction. I think that's totally within their purview. There's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, it's still a member. It's still a member, just like Gani said. I don't know why it would be anti-Yoruba from the onset. I mean, people say that about Obasanjo too, right? So I guess it's okay. It's okay. We can move on.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's move on and let's bring Baba into the conversation. Baba, come in.
Yes, thank you, one man. I appreciate you. And I salute all on the panel. A very fine evening to you all. And my fellow one man ass. I don't know how to put that in the comment section. Please, our viewers, like, share, and subscribe. But what we need immediately now, as a matter of urgency, is just click the like button so that there will be continuity and you enjoy more from the panelists. This is a program that is always flowered with ideas and postulation of views that are very interesting and useful to our dear country. Now, to the Afenifere issues. I think let's go into its historical perspective first a bit, because I know my time is limited. Afenifere is an offshoot of Egbe Omo Dudua, which was founded in England. That is an incontrovertible fact. That is one, and it's supposed to be, or it is, a cultural organization just in the mold of ACF, Arewa Consultative Forum, and Ohaneze, which came much later, I think in the 80s, Ohaneze was established. The interest of this cultural association was to defend their people, no doubt, nothing less, nothing more. ACF is for Hausas, the Northerners. Ohaneze is for the Easterners. And Afenifere purely for Yorubas. To address first what Ganiu said, let me just deviate. I will not say he was correct or he was wrong, but when I heard him say that, I asked one question, that when Awolowo and his band, I put it apologetically there, band of brothers of Action Group were sent to jail in, I think, 1963. Why was Adebanjo not in the list of those that went to jail? But if you look at that list, Onobanjo was there, not Adebanjo, Onobanjo Bisi, Jakonde, Bolaige, Ikoku, this man in Kwara, I've forgotten his name. There were so many, Ajashi, there were so many, all those in the inner caucus, the inner sanctuary of Action Group. Adebanjo was not on that list. So I don't know what we make of that. And there has been several complaints from even Chief Oshoba and Onobanjo about Adebanjo. And the whole thing came to fore when they were activists in Nadeko. He was not foremost, he was prominent though. And Tunumbu, most of them, apart from the military arm of Nadeko, which constituted Ndubuisi Kano, the other naval man, Ibuchi Kiwe, Akinriade Bajoa, and their likes, they were behind Tunumbu because Tunumbu was known as a consigliere of the Don known as MKO, very close to MKO. He learned the ropes from him. And they all came out of that fight to form AD. In AD, yes, they all want to control Tunumbu because they wanted first for Tunumbu to go for Senate seat again, not the governorship. They have another candidate. But amongst those who were in the forefront of antagonizing Tunumbu's ambition was Adebanjo. And he was not happy that Tunumbu got the ticket at the end of the day. Yet he persisted. They foisted Kuforola Akeredolu Bokno on him as deputy, even though Tunumbu was free as a nominee to appoint his own deputy governor. That's where that conflict started. They were remotely controlling Kuforola Bokno to antagonize Tunumbu. That was the genesis. And Tunumbu, first-class politician, he beat them all again and formed his Action Congress. And that was deemed to be an unforgivable sin. So the lines were drawn from that moment on. So that is about the genesis of it all. Then let's fast forward to this era of APC politics. Why have we asked ourselves, why should a Yoruba cultural organization be supporting the candidature or candidacy, I don't know which is verbiage is right now, of an Igbo candidate? It's an abomination. Whether you want to be seen to be civilized or to be seen to be fair, it's not the issue.
Baba, do you think that was the will of the Afenifere people to back Peter Obi, or do you think Pa Adebanjo superimposed his will on the
He
organization?
superimposed his will. Because yes,
Baba,
we know
as Yoruba cultural group supported non-Yoruba before.
No, as far as I'm concerned, not
So
in
they did
totality.
not support Jonathan. Didn't they support Jonathan?
That was because no Yoruba on that sheet,
on that didn't
ballot.
they support Atiku?
That was because when there is no
doesn't
Yoruba,
matter whether Yoruba,
calm
they
down.
supported non-Yoruba. So you are saying it's an
abomination. Not when a Yoruba is in play is what this.
Yoruba had been in play before, and they supported non-Yoruba. Why are you people doing this?
Look, the only
you are
time
saying it's abomination. What is abomination there?
It is an abomination. Ọmọ ẹni kì í ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká filẹ̀kẹ̀ sí ìdí ọmọ ẹlòmíràn. That's why I call it an abomination. If your child is qualified, the thing was zoned to look. Aja, just calm down. Let me look. It's zoned between north and south. The north are always very clever. North and south. It was in the north. And if you look at the north, everything has been skewed to northwest. In this era, no northeasterner, no north centraler has been a president or nominated to contest. But when they bring it to the south, that's where the problem comes. They know the south, we are divided. So when it came to the south, the west wants it. The east has a candidate in mind, an accidental candidate. I'll put it in quotes, accidental candidate for the first time, because it is the vehicle of the obedience that propelled Peter Obi to be a front runner. It's an accident of political history. If we have to situate it properly, is that the business of the West? No. Politics involves science of negotiation, hardcore negotiation. It was absent there. Tinubu was domineering, yes, because he has made it his lifetime ambition from the 90s, even on the blind side of people like us. Most of us didn't see it coming, particularly with his health issues. I'm being very honest now. But when he showed his hands...
Baba, one question.
Yes, sir.
Baba,
say again. Yeah.
What is the spirit of that rotation? I mean, if it's north to south, because we want fairness and balance. It does it not automatically imply that when it comes to the south, it should be west and east. Let's even forget maybe south or something, which I come from. We should not forget because we are large. Does it not make sense for us to say, okay, north and south, they have agreed?
Yeah.
Is it not also fair for us in the same spirit that rotated north and south? Is it not fair to say east and west and south? Anytime it comes to
can I answer?
Yeah.
What we are talking about here is not constitutional. It's just a doctrine of political or for political convenience. But if we look at the north, which most people like me will want to point to. They never said northwest or northeast or not central. And I've not had a northeasterner or a central northerner contesting or going against or saying in our locum, whoever comes up, not east, west, or central, they accept it. Unfortunately or fortunately, no northeasterner or central northerner has come up into the picture. So if we have to now superimpose it on the south, so it's like, okay, this is this, we throw these dice to the south. Anyone can pick it up. I'm saying now, in my own interpretation, fairly or unfairly, the ball has been thrown into our court. It's left for us to hit back. It's like we are playing doubles in tennis. When the ball is hit in the middle of the court, you either tell your partner, take it. If the two of you go with it, you will knock your rackets together or you butt heads. You have to leave it for one person. You move back and say, take it, take it, take it, take it to the right or so. You talk to yourself when you're playing doubles. But in this case, I don't know of the East, but I know no Easterner has talked to the Westerner. No handshake across the Niger. Even if we knew for 8 years of Buhari, we knew power is coming to the South. The West did not make any move because Tinubu already has an ambition. The East did not show their hands because they were undecided. And I can tell you, during Obasanjo's time, there was this, I've forgotten his name. He was ambassador to Canada, a fair-colored, light-skinned man of Igbo stock, who in an interview told Obasanjo not to hand over power, because then they've not brought this principle of North and South power shift. Say he should not nominate an Easterner, that they are not ready. Anybody can fact check me. He died, he's dead now. Ambassador to Canada, I think he was compensated. He held a ministerial position too. You understand? So this is the reason why. But somebody, a cultural organization like Afenifere, led on acting capacity by Pa Adesanya, now clearly stated. Don't forget, prior to that, there was a property dispute, or people accusing Pa Adebanjo that where he is staying at Lekki Phase 1 today, that Tinubu provided for him. He brought out a lot of facts to say, no, he did not give me a land, or he did not build my house, I built my house. That's beside the point, because that could be petty if I have to go into that. And came out openly without consulting his own people to say, no, what we are doing is wrong. Even cunningly do that, be seen to be asking questions or negotiating. All we saw was that after Fashionati was suffering from, use the word medical term, was incapacitated. Let me put it that way. And he transferred power in acting capacity to Pa Adesanya. He now gathered the Bishinis of the Afenifere, who were at the low rung of the ladder, not the Akeredolu, took them to Ijebu-Igbo, and they had a meeting and came out to say, we are supporting Obi, that it is a turn of the East to be president. So what is fair is fair. But I want to tell you today, I'm still watching. Ebisheni, who was appointed as secretary then, supporting, is now contesting or openly, he has declared his intention to contest for the Goba of Ondo State. Yet he didn't show his hand to say it's LOP or it is APC. So I want to let him name. I've not seen where a candidate will say is throwing his hat into the arena and not saying I'm for this party. So what game are they playing? That's an aside. Take that and put it in your left hand. So when you were playing all this, he was seen to be antagonistic of the candidate Tinubu. If you had a cultural organization, it's a place of sacred trust for and on behalf of your people, not another people. You have to consult. You don't do anything unilaterally. And you don't come on TV in the cyberspace to throw your own people under the bus, thumbing your nose at your house. Respectfully, sir, that is what Abba Adebanjo is doing. I watched several of his interviews and it made me sad. My shoulders always drop when I see him on TV berating his own people just because you dislike. I don't like using the word hatred. It's too heavy. Dislike a certain personality. Now, against all odds, this person you do not like has won. Can you just drop the gauntlet? No. He did not. And everybody, we started asking, why? What is it? Is it more than this thing? So you buy no Lonnie. And like most old men, we've seen it severally. I pray before I get to a place of dementia, let God just take me. Because I would not want to be talking gibberish. I'm not saying Pa Adebanjo is talking gibberish. Please. I don't have that mouth to malign an elder. No fiber in my body supports that. But it is time to let this rest. And those people that have come up now with what I will call a doctrine of necessity to ease him out of that position he coveted so much, on whose or under authority of which he is performing this onerous act against his own tribal grouping. They just ease him out. And those people are eminently qualified to do so. Because is it General Alani Akinrinade you want to diminish? Or is it Bajowa? Or is it Fini? Or is it Shikuni? Fini and Shikuni were in HSC in my school when I was in class 1 in secondary school. So these are eminently qualified people, among several others on that list, and many more. And I don't think they took that decision lightly. They must have consulted wide. Because if you look at the formation, they come from different zones of Yoruba land. So it is fair deal. So let's have peace in Yoruba land. Thank you, woman. Let me go to Ndume, please. If I still have the time, I'll be very quick on that.
Yes, go there. Do you want me to build it up for you?
No, I'll just go there straight. You know, I built on it yesterday.
All right.
Because we forget history quickly. And it's not history that repeats itself. It is man that repeats history. History doesn't repeat itself. It is man that repeats history. How soon have we forgotten Ndume, under Jonathan, was charged to court for supporting terrorism. This Ndume, without going into details, those who helped him then are the same people he opened his mouth yesterday to antagonize. And I open my mouth, I look at the TV screen, I say, heir to Brutus. Apologies to William Shakespeare in Julius Caesar. Heir to Brutus. These are very funny characters. He was putting outright rubbish yesterday. How can you be on a panel and openly threatening a sitting president because you are angry for selfish reason? Because most of you or those people goading you on will be losing the rents they receive from these agencies or parastatals in an economy that is down. They are in the pit hole. We are trying to put light on and put spring in its steps so it can serve the country. I mean, it's behove common sense. Because all I know in my life, I think economics, we started studying it when we were class 3 in secondary school. And I will keep on talking about factors of industries or something, the location of it, where everything is. Didn't these same people bring a naval formation to Kano or Kaduna? Huh? They brought it to Kano or Kaduna. Is there water bodies in Kano or Kaduna? No. What is Navy doing there? What is Navy doing there? So many examples. Was it not Sirika, few months to the end of Buhari's regime, that brought FAAN to Abuja because with himself and Tunde Diagbon, the body man of Buhari, who happens to be his nephew, want to use FAAN for their dubious Nigerian air program? This sincerity, this is why I said reluctantly yesterday, with all sense of responsibility, I got to this situation yesterday to question our being together, because these characters are pulling us back. And it made me, I went back to the 60s when all Southerners going, we have surplus manpower in the South, and they have to go to the North to work. All Southerners, they were appointed or employed on contract basis, side by side with foreign expatriates. How can you stand as a Nigerian by, let's say, a Filipino, and they are even employing the Filipino ahead of you in certain part of your country? This was what was happening in the 60s. It was the principle of the Sardauna. And they maintained that for a very long time because they don't want us to pollute their political space. It is a sad fact. And coming from that, I start to question that, what happened? If I must confess on this platform, I am first a Yoruba man before a Nigerian. I'm not ashamed about it because I know what happened in my country. Before independence, I read that. After independence, I was growing up as a child. I'm first a Yoruba man because there was Yorubas before Nigeria. There was Yoruba before Nigerians. So I start to question it, because you can't be saying these kind of things openly. And Dalhatu, a well-read man, an educated man by all standards, a former minister. And I think he holds a big traditional title in the North. So he was not just plucking those things he said from the air. He was talking for and on behalf of his people. He was the voice of Arewa Consultative Forum, which we recognize as the highest cultural and political body representing the Northern interest. And you want to question why I will not question why are we together? Or is this thing working even after 63 years of independence? People are still thinking like this. For God's sake, I don't care. You can take Ministry of Agriculture to anywhere.
What do you think is holding our country together, Baba?
You know, it is three tripod. The North, they know how to play politics. Because when three legs are standing off a table, you just need to remove one and the whole thing will collapse. So the North, they are very, very good politicians. They were well trained by the British because they were very amenable to the British authorities. They even told them then that, look, you are not educated. The best way to do is go into the military. They were forced in the military. And they had all their men. Even people like Ojukwu could not enter military academy as an officer. Ojukwu went as a recruit. The Yorubas came in later because no Yoruba family, what are you going to do in the army of all people? Because Yorubas were interested more in architecture, lawyering, engineering, and things like that. It was late. People like Alani Akinrade and most of even the first set of the Yorubas went on short course service, not the normal 3 years for hardcore officers, 6 months, professionals. So they were in the military, and they, as if the British were soothsayers. Yes, sir. Please.
It was not as if they denied us now. We're the one that didn't go. Let me give you a good example. The first chief of our staff and the GOC of Nigeria was an Igbo man. They were even more. I think it wasn't as if the North denied us from going into the army or prevented us.
Yeah.
The first chief of army staff, indigenous, was an Igbo man, and that is Akeredolu Appointees. You understand?
No, you know why?
Yes, to add on to that, Baba, the officer cadre amongst the first set of military, they were all mainly Igbos. The army officers were the soldiers were Northerners.
Yeah, at the onset of that coup, at the onset of that coup, more than 60% of the officers called. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
If you remember, even after Irosi was overthrown, the next most senior officer in the Nigerian army was a Yoruba, and that was Brigadier Ademulegun. So even the Hausas were still below. And like that, Ademulegun was a brigadier, Gowon was a lieutenant colonel. So it was Northerners were stopping us. We were the ones, we were too arrogant. We just said, let's go and study. We didn't see anything in the army, and we felt like the people that were sent to the army from the southwest were the stubborn boys, like maybe
exactly.
Stubborn boy. Correct.
Yes, the Yorubas used to send their children to the army for a
the stubborn ones. Yes, we were not interested in the military. You understand? It is not their fault, but they cornered that space and they used it against us. But everything they gained, both as a political party ruling the country and as military ruling the country, which they gained, what have they got to show for it today? That's the question they are not asking themselves.
But the Nigerian state belongs to them. To all intents and purposes, the Nigerian state belongs to them.
I don't want to put it bluntly. You get my point. The people that we are supposed to even be crying and entrench themselves in the creek are the Jaws, the South. How many? If we have 100 wells today in Nigeria, the Northerners have 60% of this oil well. Are they just dying? They are not dying. Because I watched Dalhatu claiming that they were first the ones feeding the Southerners when they were in agriculture before oil was discovered. That is rubbish. Pure rubbish.
Yes, there's the narrative that the Nigerian economy was first built on the granite pyramids in the north before oil was discovered.
And cotton. That was rubbish because in Midwest we had rubber. In the East we have palm kernel oil. In West we have cocoa. In all the regions together in the South there is timber and a host of many other things. You understand? So he was being disingenuous and, of course, being economical with the truth of that time, because they know our young ones these days, their attention span is short. They don't want to look into data or look into history, economic history or political history of where we are coming from. So they put this thing to satisfy their own political grouping in the North. Because when they talk, because before BBC Yoruba, I don't think there is BBC Ndigbo now, you understand? There has been BBC Hausa since the 50s. BBC Hausa. So they are very honed in politics. Have you forgotten that even in the 70s, all the malams in the gate, the first thing a northerner buys, even mala at the gate, is a radio transistor. Where do they tune to? BBC Hausa. It's only of late BBC is now spreading and bringing in order. So for many years they were ahead as far as information is concerned.
Baba,
yeah,
there's a strong point there. And the way we could appreciate all the man I'm having radio is this. Can you imagine if for now only Northerners had mobile phone? Do you know the economic implication and in terms of power? And that was what their radio was like a mobile communication device for them.
Exactly. The first property an Hausa man will have, even the gate men we employ, is radio transistor. Where do they tune to? BBC Hausa. Right from the 60s, 50s. British has been giving them leeways, tutoring them. So this is why, don't let me, because I know other people are waiting. This is why I start to question. I think we have to answer what Chief Awolowo called the national question. We have to answer.
Which is what? What's the national question?
Is this marriage working? I rest my case, woman.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Baba. So well done, Baba. So that's the excellent Baba. Let's move the conversation on to Solly, who's not yet spoken now. Solly, are you ready? Are you still there, even Solly?
Yes. So.
All right, brilliant. Solly, I wanted to play you a clip, but it's not yet downloaded. But let me play you a different one. For all of the criticisms that we make of the Nigerian state, there are some improvements. Watch this.
It looks pretty nice, but I can say there's hope for Nigeria.
I'm surprised because I've been insulting Nigeria since I left. I've been saying that Nigeria cannot make it. But I'm surprised. Last time I came, everyone was looking back, smelling everything. What do you see? It's fine now. It's fine. If you guys continue like this, I won't be the next.
Yes, I'm a frequent flyer to Nigeria, and to be quite honest, every time I come back, I see improvement. Not more in the structure, but the personnel for immigration services. They're very cautious, very user-friendly, and I really appreciate that. Very well, smartly dressed, and so we're not there yet, but to be honest, we are moving forward. And it's a great hope. Thank you.
All right. So those are improvements in the airport. Is there slow progression being made within the Nigerian states that we're not acknowledging, Solly?
It's better than nothing, you know.
You're not impressed?
Not really. You know, it's better. I would say it's better than majority of other African countries, especially in the West. You know, however, this is just like, you know, breadcrumbs. You know, if they had a farm and they had chicken, they would feed the chicken more than what they are feeding the Nigerians, basically. You know, this is really nothing. If this thing was serving only Nigerians, would they have gotten it to this level? I don't think so. You know.
All right, let me take you to say you don't seem especially enthused with that.
I'm not excited because they are still doing their normal shenanigans, disturbing and you know, annoying people that are coming into the country.
But the one thing is they say they are bringing automation very aggressively into the airport system. If you remove human interaction from the Nigerian airport, I think things we'll see leap, because it's all of these people that they're always looking to sweat you for money, you know.
One man, what I want to say is world-class hospitals. I want to say world-class hospitals because world-class hospitals are not expensive. These people, one person usually steals 100 hospitals. The amount of money that is supposed to build 100 world-class hospitals. If each state had at least one world-class hospital, that's just 36. Just it's not even much. But one person will
you know what I've always thought.
Money.
You know what I've always thought, Solly. I've always thought that we should have at least one world-class, using your term, one world-class hospital in all of the 6 geopolitical spaces within the country, and then you should back them up with at least 5 other satellite hospitals within all the geopolitical. There's no reason why we shouldn't have it. So why don't we have it even?
And a lot of African countries will be flocking in. Even people outside Africa, they will be flocking in. That's a form of tourism. It's so shameful. A whole president is going outside the country for medicals. He doesn't have shame. They don't all have shame. What is wrong with them? The doctors they are going to meet, most of these doctors are Nigerian doctors. So you are flying out of the country to go and meet your own fellow Nigerian. I don't understand though. It's very disgraceful. Very, very disgraceful.
Do you have Nigerian doctors in Holland?
One man, see, the healthcare here is another story. The doctors here, I feel like they want you to take your own life. They will not do anything to you unless they see that you are about to die. You and the doctor will be sitting down together and you will use Google to solve your problem. They don't even know what is wrong with you. It's not just me talking as a black person. If you ask any Dutch person, that's how the doctors are. They will sit down with you. The two of you will be Googling your problem and they will not do anything about it. They will simply give you paracetamol because they have this thing called where you can ask to take your own life. So
euthanasia.
Yes, it's allowed here. So I feel like these people,
people actually go to those countries to die.
Yes. So I feel like these doctors are putting people in a position to more to push them to do it. It's just my theory, Sha. It's not something that is official, but it's not the healthcare here is nothing to speak about, and they will force you to pay so much in insurance. Just if Nigeria had good healthcare, plenty of people will be running to Nigeria. You just want one standard. It's not even that expensive. That's the most painful part. It's not that expensive. It's not. But one person will steal the money for 100 hospitals. With the amount of, Nigeria is so dangerous. Just build hospital. Build hospital. It will reduce the amount of people that want to jackpot, because most people that are jackpotting, they are jackpotting because of security. At least if the security is bad, we know that there's hospital close by that will take care of us. But no, one person will steal enough money for 300 hospitals and everybody will keep quiet. It's not even hard to build.
All right. Do you want to speak to the talking points, or do you want me to play you another clip? Do you want to speak to Pa Adebanjo?
Yes, so good riddance to bad nonsense. You can go and join Uwanizi, right? Or you can go and join Arewa Forum, where it belongs, one of the two. Because I don't understand how somebody who say is representing a tribe, but seems to always go against the tribe. I think maybe him and rational mind are very related. I don't know. That's my own theory. But it just seems like a bad egg for no reason. In my own opinion, you should go and join One Easy because that's where it belongs. Good riddance to bad nonsense. I don't have much to talk about him.
Do you think he should have just resigned when they stepped him down? Do you think he should have just resigned rather than take a position within the Elders Council?
He's a spy. Spies don't resign. He has come and cause calamity and chaos. So of course he's not going to try and live by himself. He has to be forced out, kicked out, thrown out, the key locked, and they should even rescind his Yoruba ship. They should start speaking Igbo. That's just a joke, but he should go. It's long overdue. Way overdue. Majority of Yoruba people don't want him there. He forced his way there and he's refusing to leave. Which kind of is he a dictator? What's the meaning of all this? He should go. Bye-bye.
All right. Let me play you this clip just to vary the conversation a little bit. I'm not quite sure what. Let me play it anyway, and then you tell me what you're making of it. It's nothing to do with politics. This came up just in the course of having a look to see what we can talk about, and I came across this.
What I'm about to say is problem, and I don't care whoever gets angry, but I'm going to say it. See, when it comes to fine men, cute men, handsome men, down-to-earth men, Yoruba has them. Yoruba has the finest men in Nigeria. I know if you're from another tribe, you're going to say, hey, it's a lie. Have you seen our men? This is not about let's not be tribalized. Let's be truthful for once. Yoruba men are the cutest. Yoruba men are the cutest men I have ever seen. Like in Nigeria, Yoruba men are the finest, handsome, down to earth. Now, before you argue with me, just ask us, how many Yoruba states have you been to? I've not traveled out of Nigeria before, but I have been to, we have 36 states. I have been to a lot of states. Ondo, Lagos, Kwara is mixed, Ogun State. I've been to a lot. And all I can say is that Yoruba has the finest men in Nigeria. Finest. And if you have not dated a Yoruba man, try and find one and date, because when it comes to taking care of a woman, they have A1. They will spend on you. They will take care of you. They go fight anybody for you.
I've not seen Shoma before. Is that Shoma?
No, that's not Chioma. That's Chioma's sister. So clearly, this girl has seen my live stream and she's enamored. But what do you make of all that, Solly? Is this ever going debate? You see all these street.
Can we take a look of her again, one man?
Look at that. The family is the wife. So you
I was busy doing something. So
you like better thing. Look at that.
What I'm about to say is problem, and I don't care whoever gets angry, but I'm going to say it. See, when it comes to fine men, cute men, handsome men, down-to-earth men.
But I wouldn't say I agree with this lady, Solly. I would suggest that Igbo guys are better looking than Yoruba guys, just on average. I'll have to say that, Solly.
I see no lies detected in what she said. But it's also true. Igbo guys too, they can look very nice, and they can look very masculine. But the key point in what she said was how we treat women. I don't think any other person treats women far better than how Yoruba men treat women, because
Would you say that Yorubas are notorious for birthing children all over the place? And all of that, you know.
No, I think that's Igbo. Because wherever you go in the world, you always see a half Igbo, half even Yemen. You go to Yemen, you see half Igbo. You go to Afghanistan, you see half Igbo. So they are all over the world birthing children, not Yoruba people. But in terms of how we treat women, you know, we treat them. For example, when we grow up, we're always if our mother come back from the market, we run quickly, we collect the whatever she bought, you know, we treat them in a very respectful manner. Even if a woman offends us, we still treat her in a respectful manner, and we clear out of the house in a respectful manner. We are not really aggressive with women when it comes to taking care of them. Even if they offend us, we still, you know, we are not too aggressive with our women. We have a culture of respect. That's another thing.
So let me add something for you to add. Let me tell you one thing. You may not want to agree. Those good-looking Igbo people you see, they are either from Onitsha, right, and some other areas. And where you see people bearing Obi, they have link with Yoruba. You understand?
No, I would say in terms of hierarchy, I'll say the Igbos probably have the best looking men, followed by the Northerners, and then the Yorubas come third. The Yorubas, they have this round face and just nativist look.
That's not true, one man. That's just a perception. Have you seen? Okay, look at even those the high-ranking Yoruba even people, the rich Yoruba. Even take the sample your sampling from all those areas. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't know. Look at the like of Otumba Shumomi when he was alive. Look at the like of
of course there are good looking. We're talking on average. We're not talking about
and in terms of masculine looking, Igbo people are usually the most masculine looking men.
But to be honest, may I chip in?
Sorry, coming, Baba. But in terms of masculine presentation,
I've not seen a man more good looking than Abubakar Rimi. Abubakar Rimi, do you remember him? Yeah, Abubakar Rimi, the Fulani guy.
State, yeah.
Finer than many women, followed by Professor Ambrose Ali, Jimu Budu, Ralph Obiora, and Saraki's father, Dr. Olushola Saraki. I mean, you need to see them in live when they were still alive.
You've not been to Ekiti. If you've been to Ekiti, you know, 99% of men there are very handsome. What are you talking about? So I'm not talking of those
they did not all look like Folly B.
I don't know Folly B, but does Folly B look like not looking good to you?
No, it looks averagely decent, not
it's only not looking handsome.
It looks like me, just averagely average.
Woman. You see how slim I am, well cut, right? When I show myself, that's a
I didn't see how slim you are. You have a typical Yoruba face. It's not anything. Yeah.
Look, one man.
I have a typical Yoruba face, but you know,
one man. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Any nice-looking Uber man, you know, got that civilization in Lagos, in Yoruba land. So that is the fact. They can't tell us that I'm not talking about their ladies. So their ladies are, you know, pretty right from the Igbo land. They're pretty, but their men, we civilized.
I think the North has the better looking women. The best looking women are from the North anyway.
Yes.
Those Shua Arab looking types. Yeah.
So comparing Arab.
What I want to say here that every good looking Igbo man is civilized by Yoruba people. So you cannot say that's a fact.
No. You say that. I'm going to show you something about
that's the fact. Yeah. That's the fact. they got
Man,
every
one
civilization
man. I saw Ola. Ola is a very handsome
in
guy. Oh.
Yoruba
At
land.
least
I
Ola
don't
come
know
to my
about
house.
Yeah. All those civilization, everything good looking, they saw it in Yoruba land and
Ajale Koko, just
yeah.
what you are saying. Can you see on your screen? This is Igbo language by the Right Reverend Bishop Crowther. So the first documentation of the Igbo language in terms of a functioning language was actually done by a Yoruba man. So this is it right here.
Oh yes.
Yeah, by Ajayi Crowther.
Oh yes. So those don't put them above us that they are nice looking than us. No.
No, they are better looking than us. So let's surrender that one. We can't win everything now.
No, maybe you want to say average Igbo man look nice looking than you, but if you want to generalize it above all Yoruba, I think you are wrong there. We civilize them. We give them every everything to look good in Lagos, in Yoruba land.
The only thing is they don't have a fashion sense, but they are starting to develop a fashion sense now. But the one thing you've always noticed about an Igbo person, I think that's changed. They will wear a very expensive red shirt and then wear a very expensive yellow trouser and wear very expensive green shoes. So that's the one thing. That's how we used to mock them back in the day. Yeah.
Ajale Koko, can I say something? But you can give good evening, everyone. Yeah, one man, but Igbo men take care of women more than more than Yoruba. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Now, do you know how expensive it is for them to get a wife? Of course, they have to take care of it. When you have to sell half your property to get a wife.
No,
why do you go there?
I'm using the wedding list. My God.
I don't agree. I don't agree. That is just finance.
No. Igbo take care of women and Yoruba.
No, that is just finance. In terms of treatment, Yoruba treats women far better than Igbo and Hausa. That's one thing I know. Igbo women are always complaining because Igbo men are very masculine, so they have a very masculine idea of how the household should be, and sometimes it can be too domineering for the women. Yoruba men tend to allow their women to have more freedom in their expression. So those kind of women, once they taste that kind of thing, once they taste a little bit of freedom of expression, they can never really go back, because they can never go back to them expressing themselves being locked up. That's one thing I know. So even this video, if you watch it again, what she said is
that
how
woman sounded like she's from the middle belt. So she was neither. She has no dog in the fight. That woman.
Yeah. So we respect women more. That's what she said. The treatment, how we respect women is far better. That is why they call us Yoruba demons. Because even if we
you
cheat,
know what funny thing there is this. We are only concentrating on Igbo men in Lagos, and that is where we're wrong about it, because many people that will complain, that will say something about how Igbo men are treating their women very nice, they don't go to Onitsha, they don't go to Enugu, and they don't go to Abia and go and look at those places. They just come to the fewer places in Lagos and use that one to generalize.
So you're talking about those ones we civilized in Lagos, right?
Exactly. So I don't know where Mr. General Field Marshal Thomas got this idea that Igbo people. See, I work in a bank. Oga Pato, bear me witness. All Igbo men, the Yoruba men used to be all cake. Trust me, Yoruba are all cake in our bank.
But Ola, Igbo will be wearing one shoe, and you see the wife and the children looking shining. That's what I get.
There is a huge difference between show off and really taking care of people.
I forget about show off, but he's taking care of the wife and the kids, isn't it?
Okay. You know Yoruba like Owambe. You don't carry your Yoruba woman to Owambe without buying that a nice looking attire too. So let's forget this is just like the kind of branding they push to us and we are taking. And this is not all. It's not that true. You understand? I live in Oregon, for example. I see Igbo people that used to, in fact, He got to say that there was this woman that used to warn his husband. They say, and they warn you again, I beat you up. Now, okay, that one too now, no be Igbo. See, when they see them too, this thing is exaggeration that Igbo people, they take care of women more than Yoruba. It's exaggerated. It's not true. It's not true at all.
Sorry, woman. Let me just quickly take it. I think the way you look at it is this Igbo is a culture that just until recently think that a woman can have inheritance. If not a wife, a woman in your own family can share part of her father's property. Whereas Yoruba has always promoted that. You don't see the difference between your daughter and your son. You want to send them to school together, you want to share. When you're writing your will, you include them and stuff like that. A Yoruba woman, a Yoruba man, an Igbo man that marries an Igbo woman probably wants to say, I will take care of you, just stay at home and be enjoying. That is not care. A Yoruba man marries a young girl that is just a school start. It creates opportunity for that girl, send the girl to school, the girl becomes a master's degree holder and stuff like that. In some cases, stays with him, in some cases, you go and marry somebody else. But the point is that if you are a Yoruba girl that marries a Yoruba man, you are sure that this guy can give you the freedom to express yourself, create opportunities, and everything. Igbo is not like that. You just stay at home.
We were talking about looks now. We are talking about looks.
We're talking about men that they take care of their women more than us. No. We do better in a very civilized way.
All right. Let's move the conversation on and take it to the space of this headline. I don't know who wants to take it on. Maybe Prince Daddy wants to lead on this.
Me, I want to take it on.
Yes, Saudi Arabia.
One man. Solly, please give me 1 minute, please. Let me correct some things that Baba was painting a kind of picture earlier when he was talking of Aiyedatiwa concerning the imprisonment of Chief Obafemi Awolowo and others. That Aiyedatiwa was not among them, and it was kind of, I don't know, insinuating as if, yes, as Gani was saying earlier, that what do you call it? Alaafin Oyo mentioned in an occasion that some of Awolowo associates were the one responsible for the responsible for the treason felony that Awolowo went through. I just want to point it out here that Adebanjo would have been one of those sentenced to some years of imprisonment for felony back then alongside Awolowo. But Adebanjo ran out of Nigeria to Ghana. He ran away. And he was sentenced in absentia. One of those people that ran away too was what's the name of the man that moved the motion for Nigeria independence?
Enahoro.
He ran away as well to London, but because of the treaty between Nigeria and and Britain back then, this treaty of reparation of fugitives, yeah. So he was handed over and they brought him back and sentenced him to jail. So,
and why not Adebanjo?
Adebanjo ran to Ghana. He ran
away. The plot was in Ghana, and even Ghana cooperated because Ikoku was in Ghana, not so? The Igbo guy. Yeah. Ikoku was in Ghana.
Yes, he ran to Ghana. He wasn't in Nigeria. So that was where he was we don't have to, sometimes we don't have to kind of want to spread some false impression to destroy somebody. I think it's not good, because the picture you are painting then that, they sent him other, but where was he? You are trying to.
No. I drop a question. I do that often here. You understand that? Can we look back at that? What happened? How did he escape? That's just a rhetoric question. It's left for everybody to arrive at their own conclusion.
Yeah, what are you trying to,
I'm not insinuating anything. I just kind of open people's eye and say, okay, judge it yourself.
No, it doesn't. I mean, such a rhetoric question should not even come in the process. We didn't see him, so judge it yourself, because you're trying to show that, he was the one referring to as one of those that sold out Awolowo, and so
I didn't say that too. When I say Baba and you put Gida, now you say Baba Gida.
And then you mentioned again that during the Nadeco, what did he say? He didn't play a prominent role. What do you mean by
I said he played a prominent role. I didn't say he didn't play a prominent role. I was just saying that when they all arrived at even then I said people like him were against Tinubu, because Tinubu was gaining prominence with people like BCM, Akeredolu and Oshoba and all the rest. They were coalescing around Tinubu, and his own faction of Nadiko didn't like that, because people like Ndume'S Kanu and all the rest, because actually Tinubu was holding the bag then for Nadeko. Carry on, don't let me disturb your train of thought. Carry on.
He was the one that made it possible for Tinubu to be governor of Lagos State. Aiyedatiwa.
Well, that's
you want
a matter of opinion.
That was not true. He was the one responsible for Tinubu to be governor of Lagos State. So he didn't hate him. Because a lot of people are painting, he hate Tinubu, he did this, he did that. No. It's just that the politics does not align. Even that Tinubu that you guys are celebrating, we had 3 deputy governors under him. Is that the right? Does it show that? Does that not show that Tinubu have problem too?
No, he has exacting demands, so they couldn't keep up with him. So that's
3 deputy governors under him. It's a terrible man as well, that he has to fire to the deputy governor.
Ajale Gogo, let me push back. Is that a crime? If they are not aligned with his dream and objective, why can't he kick them out?
How many deputy governors have been kicked out in where you live?
Ajale Gogo, you are doing what about now? No. If they don't align with his dream and ambition,
it doesn't have to. If the deputy governor raises concern on how the state is being governed, it doesn't mean that it should be kicked out.
It should not be kicked out because he was part of.
He was jointly elected.
Exactly.
Patrick, you are very echoey. Yeah, where you are.
They have the same mandate. They were jointly elected. So when you people want to celebrate criminality or bad character, sometimes I don't get it. We have to say
were they impeached? Were they kicked out by the House?
They were not kicked out by the House. It was the governor that kicked them away. So look.
Are you sure?
Just go and research on your own.
So the governor have the power to kick his deputy out without the House.
Go and research on your own. So
I don't believe that.
Oh, okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is that it is not everything that Tinubu did in the past that was perfect. Tinubu had it wrong. two,
he got the big ticket items right. The important matters, he got them right.
I don't know what you mean by important matter. So it is not everything that he did right, and it's not everything that he did wrong. So politics, sometimes you did it right, you do some wrong, you do some right, but we don't have to look at these people as if he is a special human being. He's not a special human being. So it could be criticized, they could attack him, and they could call him names. That is, is part of the treatment that politicians get. But for some people to want to say as if he's the most perfect human being on earth or the most perfect politician, he's not.
I've not had anybody say that. So, either on this platform or anywhere else in the world. I've not had anybody.
He's the most accomplished politician that Nigeria has ever experienced, Tinubu.
It's not. Well, I disagree with you on that, and a lot of people will disagree with you on that. So to you, it might be.
Who is more accomplished than Tinubu in Nigerian politics?
Do you want to tell me that Buhari?
Nobody readily comes to mind.
Hold on. Do you want to tell me that Buhari is not an accomplished politician?
No.
Buhari is not an accomplished politician?
No, Baba.
He's not.
Being the president doesn't mean it's not
in the history of Nigeria, Tinubu is the most accomplished politician we have ever had. And is almost set to be the best president we've ever experienced as well.
Tinubu has never done anything good. He has never done anything that you can measure as good for Nigeria. You can give him some credit, but to want to say, in Nigeria, he has not done one thing.
He has done more in the 7-8 months that he has been there than every president we have ever had.
That is lie.
No, Baba. What is the definition of Nigeria?
He has not done 1%.
Okay. I'll tell you what he has done.
Let me make this point. He has not done 1% good of what Obasanjo did for that country, and he cannot accomplish the record of Obasanjo.
Obasanjo had no record.
Oh, okay. Okay. He cannot accomplish 1% of
what did Obasanjo accomplish?
Huh?
What did Obasanjo accomplish?
Obasanjo, number one, was a military president, head of state.
Yeah, no, that's an illegality.
Okay, and a civilian president. And when he met
you cannot count a military as an illegality.
Let's leave that out. Let's leave that out.
Yeah.
Let's take that out. But history cannot be rubbish away. It was a military president or head of state that handed over.
It was a criminal. It was a criminal. A military head of state is a criminal. Yeah.
Okay, let me land.
One man, can I talk, please?
Yeah, hold on.
Sorry. He was the deputy in command. The commander was killed in a coup, and he assumed office as the.
Sorry.
And
you didn't start from the beginning. Obasanjo had more accomplishment than almost every Nigerian alive today. At the critical point in the history of Nigeria, when the country wanted to break, this was the man that stood the ground, ended the war. And
this is the man that won the war.
It cannot be accomplished by any human being.
They said over. The Biafran surrender to this man. That's the first accomplishment. Number two, he was a president, a military head of state, and he promised a date that we will hand over, and he handed over. And not only handed over, but he handed over a buoyant economy that the civilian destroyed. The same thing he did when he came back, the economy was down. There was political instability. There was economic disaster. The nation was heading towards, the stabilization. this man
Obasanjo has no abiding legacy. Tinubu has.
He brought this nation back, put the nation on track.
One man, can I
Do
talk?
you want Ajale Koko to stop so that you can talk? I mean, let him land now.
Stabilize the political terrain, put in place an economy, a buoyant economy, a well-functioning economy that attracts investors all over the world. And it grew an economy that was, during his time, we have 15% GDP. Your man you have today cannot achieve that. Go and mark it down. So there are a lot of accomplishments that Obasanjo, made that he can never be a match to Obasanjo. So that is just just so to give you that the difference between him and Obasanjo. He never accomplished anything, but rather.
All right. Let the prime come. Let the star come in. Ajale Koko. I think he's eager. Yeah.
Baba Ajale Koko, I think you are right to some extent. OBJ really tried, but then our people will say, "Ojoro kò tíì dá, ẹ sọ pé kò tó tànà." Are you a god? How can you let you determine achievement of what Tinubu can achieve? Tinubu is there less than a year, so you are not God. You cannot determine. He can surpass King Obasanjo's achievement. So then, secondly, even the Biafra war the Civil War, it was a Benjamin Adekunle that fought that. The Scorpion was the one that fought that war. So it was just a conspiracy and politics that made the Biafra to surrender for Benjamin to be recalled. That is for that. Then I don't really know why you have to you are asked to appraise this man, Baba Adebanjo, Ayo Adebanjo. So what we are not talking about the quality of Tinubu. We are talking about the Baba Adebanjo, somebody that called himself a champion of his cultural organization of his people, just like Arewa in the north, and Ohanese for Indigo. Now, you call yourself, if you are to build a party affairs, Baba Adebanjo choose to use himself with the candidate of Igbo. We say that he has a constitutional right, but moral-wise, you cannot be leading your cultural group of your people that are championing the interests of your people. That one is capital. No, it should be a capital punishment. But just because we the Yorubas, the way we take things with diplomacy and respect our elders, can you imagine that Ohanese, a leader in Indigbo, would do that among the Ohanese, and they will not kill him? Just an honorable, a party man that celebrated the future of Tinubu in his either his unit or in his place. In that February election, he was killed. So Baba Obasanjo, in all ramifications, the way we Yorubas play politics, it is most of the times the Northerners, they play politics better than us, including the Igbos. They play politics than us. This thing that Baba Adebanjo did, it has been like that from the memorial, from the First Republic. That Tinubu lost election in Lagos State will not be the first time. It happens during Awolowo era in the First Republic. The NCNC, say Dr. Asikwe, beat him hands down, beat Awolowo in Yoruba land until they cross carpet in the last minute. So if Baba Adebanjo, if he wants to be an honorable person, he ought to have even resigned when he knew that his convictions is against the philosophy and principle upon which Afenifere was created. So that is for that. One man, you see yesterday when I analyzed the relocation of NCA to Abuja at the dying minutes, two months or 3 months before the end of the former minister. And I said the communication of a presidency is very, very slow in reactions. Can you now read what the presidency did today through the press release by Ononuga? He explained it there. It was just a few months before this. That a useless minister did what no rational mind can ever do. Remove him, taking the regulatory authority to Abuja when all the airlines, their head offices are based in Lagos. The quality managers that in charge of each airlines, all of them are that interfaces between their organizations and NCA authority. They are in Lagos. For them to do anything now, it means that they will have to travel to Abuja, stay in Abuja, come back where it is done. All the international airlines, they are based in Lagos. Is there any rational mind in that? But because when anything that is done against national interest and Yorubas, the Yorubas, we don't talk. We take everything. Excuse me, can you please go? Take him out. Take her out. So everything that 3 months ago, before the 3 months before the expiration of the former minister, when he did that, there was no single Yoruba man that raised alarm over that. Go and check. One man, go and Google it. Engineer Ade, NCA director in charge of airworthiness. He resigned 2 months before because he refused to be compromised. So let us wait and see. Unfortunately, Tinubu has a political will and very, very strong. He's not the type of the president that they can cowed. You could see that if not because you can see the example in what Tinubu did. This in Niger issues. If not because of the outcry of the entire countries, he will have called the bluff of the north. But look at it. The border systems in that place it was closed. When they closed when Buhari in his entire almost 8 years, and he closed the border of the Southerners, the Yorubas, they did not. None of them even kick against it. Look at what how the Northerners reacted when it's come to the issue of Niger. So I don't think any rational Yoruba man should even praise Baba Adebanjo. Baba Adebanjo really messed up. It was just because that the Yorubas, especially the youth, we are not as
How did he mess up?
How did he mess up? For a champion, a leader, an acting leader of his organization, of his Yoruba culture, to support another candidate of another from another region. Is that not a sacrilege?
As Yoruba cultural,
is he a political? Is he a political party?
As Yoruba's political group, I mean, the Afenifere group, have they not supported someone else outside Yoruba land before?
Yes, they supported. They supported. Okay. They supported Jonathan.
What are they
doing? Baba Ajale Koko. Wait, they supported, but that was when there is no Yoruba candidate. That is when that is when they are allowed to support another candidate. Okay, tell me, can you give me an example when Arewa or how they say when they supported any other candidate apart from their own? Tell me, even Arewa.
Obasanjo now. They supported.
Did they?
They supported Obasanjo now.
Obasanjo is their candidate because there was no any other. Go and check June 12.
They supported Obasanjo now.
Obasanjo, they don't have any candidate.
They have Bashir. They have Bashir Tova. I mean, what? No, not Bashir Tova.
During the MKO, MKO was the most. Can you please? MKO was the candidate that every other regions in the country except Igbo, the entire state in Igbo land except Anambra, it was Anambra state, Anambra that MKO was able to manage to win in a place that MKO that beat Ibu Tofa in his Kano, everywhere in the north. He won in the southwest, in south, but in Igbo land, all of them they voted for this one Tofa. For the north, they prefer north to continue to rule. Shagari has been ruling since 1979. Followed by Buhari, followed by Babangida. After Babangida, how many decades? Igbo, since they don't have, just because Igbo have a vice president, candidate, vice presidential candidate, then they voted against. They prefer to the north to continue. So tell me, is it Arewa against Jonathan? They all were against Jonathan. That it was the son of the north. But what happened after the 8 years of Buhari? Arewa, they were neutral. Instead of them to now rose up the way that it was the turn of the South, they didn't do that. They granted all of the three candidates, all of the four candidates. They granted them audience, and they refused to make a commitment. So, Baba Obasanjo was a disgrace to the entire Yoruba race. and we should not say nobody, no national person to support that man. So that is my.
I support him. Oh, see, the thing is this.
Or Aiyedatiwa, you are trying to.
Aiyedatiwa.
So Baba Fasorati, that is 100 years. Okay. That is the person that is fit for that position, right?
In the fourth instance, and a leader. How will Baba Aiyedatiwa taking a decisions without conferring with Baba Fasorati? Is it because the Baba in his wisdom allow him? Baba, we are Yoruba. Even that meeting,
the executive committee of Adeco took that decision. It is not
that meeting, that Yoruba meeting. If Baba Aiyedatiwa is just after power, otherwise he should even be given a Baba honor by hosting by having the monthly meeting in Baba Fasorati house. That is the way. That is the way Afenifere meeting.
But by the ESCO of Afenifere, so you can't blame the executive.
Who is the leader? Who is the leader of Afenifere?
Aiyedatiwa.
It's an acting leader. He was acting leader. The leader, Baba Fasorati
has resigned. He
did not resign.
All right, gentlemen, we have to move the conversation from here at some point. But
he did not resign. He appointed him as a acting leader. Was he not the one? Did they vote for Aiyedatiwa?
Why has he not been active? What is responsible for his inactiveness?
He asked him to act.
Why?
It's an acting, and they've now removed him. It's okay. What has he? Okay. What has he done? What is his achievement? What is the achievement?
His achievement, his achievement now. He's been pushing for restructuring of Nigeria.
We have to move the conversation on at some point. Yeah.
One man, just let me chip in this one fact.
All right.
This restructuring and that this constitution, military constitution, is not by the people. I disagree. Because I'm saying this for historical reference. All our constitutions, starting from that of 79 up to 99, the federal government instituted what we call a constituent assembly. Those that attend during 79, that was Chief Rotimi Williams, was the chairman of that constituent assembly that ratified it. Then the military put their stamp on it and say, we the people. To an extent, we the people is right, because the military didn't sit down at Defense Academy or Defense Headquarters to write those constitutions. Ditto for that of the one that 79, 92 or so, or 89, that brought MKO to power. And the 99 one was done. I think Professor Nwabueze, the late, who just recently passed, was the one
but Baba, it was altered. Nothing was altered.
No, IBB added some things. Obasanjo added some things from the military perspective. But 95% of that constitution was by civilians. Professor Nwabueze was the last one.
The major thing is this: the alteration, the small alteration is enough to cause trouble.
No, it cannot. The military have to cover their own ass, and then to bring it into the fore, to activate it. Abdul Salam activated, I think, rather promulgated Decree 24, and it came into being.
Baba, look at it from this angle.
Just for history.
See, look at it from this angle, Baba. See, the thing is this: truly, civilians is sad to suggest, but after they did everything, Absalam Abubakar single-handedly pick someone and they alter some things. Look at it from this angle. You are allowed to form Sharia in the north, but you cannot form the same thing similar when they come to
Say again that I can't hear that.
For example, the constitution empowers you to form Sharia in the north. But when you want to talk of some other thing that you can form in the south, it's so cumbersome for you to just go and form something similar. So what type of constitution is that?
Have we tried it? Have we tried? Have we tried? We did not try.
Sorry, did the constitution say you could only form Sharia in the north?
The constitution didn't say you can only form Sharia in the north. Look at how the constitutional contract.
It is where, what is it called? Penal, is it penal code? Because we run two different law systems. I think in the north they run the penal code, which embraces the Sharia into its code.
That's one of the problems of
Ogbeni can correct me if I'm wrong here. It's a different law system.
No, that's what we are saying. The thing is this now.
No, Ola, maybe for another day, people are waiting. I just put that down, chip it in. Maybe another day because it's something very contentious. Please.
The main point is that constitution that you are in, because you are painting a picture like as if, it is 1979 constitution that Abubakar just gave to us.
Professor Nwabweze.
Yeah, but the main issue on this constitution is that 79 constitution has been altered.
Exactly.
They altered it to give us this 1999.
No.
It's not the real 79 constitution. I don't know why you knew.
No, what I can remember that was removed by OBJ was that which outlawed military takeover. It was
a lot of things.
That I can remember vividly well. So remind me of others.
For example, the 79 constitution did not give governor immunity. What you have on, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Not give them immunity. 79 constitution.
Was that good?
Yeah. What do you mean that? What is good?
Giving governors not good. Giving governors immunity.
Not good.
If they can give the president.
It is not good. It is not good. And that is what is killing us today. So the 79 constitution did not give the governor the power to control the local government. No. A lot of things were altered on that constitution that does not make your country work today. So let us say...
No, I think it's only a bad workman that quarrels with his work tools.
Baba.
It's a tool. We can work with it if we want to work with it.
Then the constitution gave us something like a form of state police in the forest guard that they could bear harm then, right? So a lot of alteration.
Talk to your National Assembly. Talk to your National Assembly.
All right. Like that was saying. Land that point and then we move on. Exactly.
It's
a big topic.
Saying 1999 constitution is okay and we want to put it as a civilian constitution. No, sir, we disagree because it was altered aggressively.
Okay, so that's for another day anyway. Let's just put that in our pockets.
All right, let's move on to the headline on the. This one came as a surprise to me, and ultimately everybody has to toe the line. This is what this is telling us. Saudi Arabia to open first alcohol store in its capital exclusively for diplomats. So that's the last stronghold that is falling now to that space. Who wants to comment on that? This came to me as a real surprise.
You know what came to my mind?
Okay, go on. Yeah, go on.
What came to my mind is this: our people, our Sharia-loving guys, brethren from the north, are they reading this? Now, if Saudi Arabia can say to open first alcohol store in its capital exclusive for diplomats, right? Now, are they learning something from it? See, law is dynamic. Whether you want to call it Sharia or whatever, see, the law is just to promote your civilization, not to take you backward. You understand? all those things that those of us that we are so fanatic that we love the religious fanaticism. I think we can read from this one. It's Saudi Arabia, and it's not going to stop here by a woman, because a lot of things that America wants to, because Saudi Arabia, they are trying to liberalize the economy, just like Dubai, United Arab Emirates. That is exactly where they are going to, because they know that it's going to come to a time that this oil, because the aggression towards this clean energy. So I think is getting the message to these people by the day, and they are trying to reposition. So if those people that are even bringing these religions to you, if they can be flexible and they are trying to change their way, this should be a real lesson to people that want to use religion to put us in bondage in Nigeria. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, sorry.
It was my turn. So
yeah, carry on.
As for me, it's not even a surprise to me at all. You know, I don't know if I should say this. So Dubai, please let me allow me to enter again. No, please.
Are you suggesting that it is Dubai that is forcing their hand? Because yes,
it's plenty things.
Okay.
It's plenty things. They are in deep, serious competition with UAE. Deep, serious competition with UAE, especially for that tourism. In UAE, Dubai, nítorí Ọlọ́run, I beg, forgive me. In UAE, do you know how easy it is to buy coke? Do you know how easy it is to buy marijuana? They will even be disturbing you.
You know what I saw when I last went to Dubai? I saw two men walking, wearing very short shorts, holding hands and walking down the road. And that was, I think, my first time in Dubai as well. And I was very apprehensive that all these people with their Islamic, whatever it is, and I saw that, and I thought, how can this be possible? I was waiting patiently to see the stones being thrown at them. That didn't happen. And then people were getting drunk and whatnot, women cavorting on the beach.
Hey, see, there's no difference between that Dubai and Europe. Whatever they are doing in Europe, they are doing in Dubai. Just that they don't publicize it. The things that they are doing, you would think you are in Europe.
It's one of the biggest prostitution hubs in the world.
There's a whole hotel dedicated to it. A whole hotel just for woman taubo. Just for it. You will see women of all nationalities. Australia.
Let me give you my experience.
Hold on, Ola. Let him have a moment. Let him.
You see, you can't avoid it. Even if you go to the mall, it's one of the first few things you will see just from entering.
You know, they have a lot of these flyers. They just stick it on your car. Women, you know. It's just in open. I was shocked when I went there.
You see it on the road, on the streets.
Because I had an Arabian expectation, some conservative fundamentalism, total opposite.
See, all these women from Australia, Europe, America, Canada, they are all running there to go and do prostitution. Majority of them. Even if they have job there, they are still doing it because the money is so... There's so much money flowing there. Those guys, there are guys there that are ready to give women $50,000 just for one night, $1,000. So these women,
you know what there's unbelievable money in that country as well. Right?
Yes.
You know what they do? They order babes off Instagram, fly them in, do all sorts of unspeakable to them, pay them off, and send them back.
Yes. And you would think, oh, it's only poor women from poor countries. It's a lie. You see rich women from rich European countries, rich first world countries going there to do all these things. So when I met an Arab man, and one day he told me if they have business to do with Israel and money is involved, they will do it. That's when I knew that religion was for the poor. Religion was for the uneducated. Since this man had issue, this Khashoggi issue, he has been pushing that Saudi forward. They allowed them to drive car. That's when I knew that, bam, this is it. From there, it is going to turn into pure Europe. If you see all these people from all these Muslim countries, they are crying online. They are crying. They are saying, no, how will he do it? They hate the man. They hate the man. I just used to look at them and laugh. Like, you people don't know anything. You think these people care? You are just tourism to them. They use this whole situation, all this religious pilgrimage and everything, they use it to collect money from you. They are just blessed that it is happening in their zone. Then you will see Mumu Africans fighting Israel and Palestine war. These people hate you. And they don't hate you for a logical reason. They hate you because your skin is black. But you want to kill yourself for their gods. These Israeli people spit on black people on the road for no reason. They just spit on them. You go to Palestine too, they treat them like shit. So why are you fighting for their gods? I don't understand Nigerians though. If they see you that you are fighting for them, if they see you today on their streets, they will spit on you unprovoked. I don't understand. So you see these northerners, I'm not insulting you, but I saw them online ranting, rating, saying subnala. Hey God, this one, they were crying. Most of them, you have not traveled to these countries. When you travel to this country, you will think twice about all the rubbish that you are doing. They don't care. All they care about is money. Russia and US are fighting war. Not war, but they are doing embargo. They are not allowing you to purchase things. They are not allowing you to fly to Russia. But US is still doing business with Russia. US is still importing things from Russia. All this thing is hypocrisy. You will be fighting their war. Meanwhile, behind your back, they are doing business. They are laughing with each other. They are drinking wine together. So I like it. More is coming. Somebody was arguing with me that, it's just this one, it's just for diplomats. Stay there. You think it's only diplomats that is taking. You don't know nothing.
They are building a futuristic city that they are calling Neon City. I think that's what they call it in Saudi Arabia. And that place is going to be the den of iniquity. So they will remove Sharia from that space and just let it go wild. So
they said their goal is to be the Vegas of the Arab world. And what does that mean?
And that's the direct opposite of what they've always preached, by the way.
It's money. When money is involved, is
it actually money, or are they feeling increasingly isolated as the world starts to converge under this libertarian sort of lifestyle? They still want to be Sufis and Wahhabis and whatnot.
No, it's money. It's pure money. Because
and they're really doing sports washing as well. All the major boxing events in Saudi now, they've even bought my club, Newcastle.
Yes, because they want people to get used to. See, they did World Cup in Qatar. They want people to get used to coming to their region. You will see illiterate Europeans still talking about Saudi Arabia of 20 years ago. I just used to look at them.
But it's not 20 years ago, though. Jamal Khashoggi was only 3-5 years ago.
Yes, but when these people talk about it, it's usually the poor whites that cannot afford to travel there. They talk about it like, they are too good to go to those countries. No, you are too poor to go to those countries. That is why you are criticizing them. Their country is far better. Yes, far better. The living standard is far better. The crime is so low. You can leave $100,000 and come back and find it. That's how good it is.
Although Nigerians are starting to introduce criminality to Dubai now.
Yes, but they are starting to introduce, but there's still a sense of morality. They introduce the crime, but most people, they will turn a blind eye away from it. You can't say the same thing about Europe. Most people will not turn a blind eye to it. They will enter into it. These people still have fear. They still fear because their laws, once they catch you, is very strict. For example, if they catch you in Dubai, right, doing something bad, they will treat you like you are in Europe. But if you go to any other city, So their laws are still very strict for crime. But as long as you are not committing a crime, you can literally do almost anything there. You know, you say, oh, you can't hold. There are gay people there. They are holding hands. They are doing everything they would do in Europe plus more in public. So it's very good. I like this news. I like this news because I want to see how other people that put religion on their neck will react to this.
I wonder how they are still able to justify smashing bottles of beer in Kano when the people who gave them the religion are all getting drunk.
One man, you see that they removed so many laws when they brought Ronaldo into the country. I knew that was the beginning. They are using these celebrities to somewhat tweak the laws, and because of people's love for these celebrities, they will not have much criticism. Who wants to complain when Ronaldo is coming to live with you? You know, so everything is just strategy. And I feel like there's Western pressure because of that Khashoggi thing. They are using it to pressure the guy. That's the thing. So it's not just out of the goodness of their hearts. They also have pressure on them. So it's good news. Good to see. More to come.
All right, brilliant. I don't know who wants to come into that space. It's a major news, by the way. This is a generational moving of position. Something that they will chop your hand off in the town square. Now they are liberalizing it. Does this surprise you?
One man, it just like Soli said, it's just telling us that how do you describe them? How do you describe these people that brought this religion,
missionaries.
The missionaries and people that brought these foreign religions to us. It's just telling us that it's all about lies, and religious was meant to colonize people, colonize them mentally, psychologically, and enslave them forever. That is what this action that Saudi Arabia is taking. That is what is it's telling us, because specifically it's a taboo to take alcohol according to the Holy Quran. That is what the scripture says. It is clear. And even according to it, whoever that give another that alcohol will get cost more from God than the person that he gave it to. Do you understand that logic? You that offered another person alcohol to drink, you will get more punishment from God than the person that took alcohol from you. So what that means is that don't go near it at all. It's a taboo. It's a sinful act according to the Holy Quran. Very sinful. God doesn't want human being to go near it at all. But you see, the custodian, that's the real word I was looking for. The custodian of the religion. Holy, they call it holy religion. The religion of Yoruba people is not holy. They describe it as demon. The Ifa, the Obatalas, all these things. They said all those ones are demons. They are holy. And they call their land Holy Land. So what are we seeing happening in Holy Land? Holy Land in Mecca and Holy Land in Jerusalem. Everything is coming to open. We are seeing it clearly. But yet, do you think it's going to? I believe some of the new generation, the generation of the younger generation that we have today, I think they will turn the table against them because they don't even want to even practice their eyes are more open than ours because they are seeing a lot of things via the social media that tells them that there are too much lie out there and they must not accommodate lie. So everything is coming open, it's coming clearer, and it's a matter of time. Abdul Momoni will convert to Onifa.
He will hammer you from the comment section now.
Abdul Momoni, I'm expecting you to change to Onifa very soon.
And Muti, they have not allowed you to become Muti in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well, I bet cinema by more seriously. So,
look at that.
So it is just shameful. It's deceitful, and they have. Because I know it's not good for my body. It's not good for my health. So, but they have made it known for a long time in the holy book, that do not touch it. So if the custodian of the religion is now acting contrary, what does that tell us? They are acting contrary to the scripture.
So one man, all those Northern University, they don't have Kegai program.
They can't. You know, the one thing I've been seeing coming out of those northern universities now, they are now turning into fashion police, telling women that they cannot dress in a certain way, telling men that they cannot have certain haircuts, that you can't have a tattoo, or all of these sort of things.
Same thing in the south too.
Yeah.
The University of Calabar, University of Benin, even Unilag, VC, Lagos State University, they pronounced it, I think, a couple of weeks back. Actually, the kind of dressing, no. Kuda. If we are imitating Europe, that is different of the way Americans dress.
Yeah, but you cannot tell them how to dress.
That is different,
now.
But
how can they tell
we
them
are Africans, please, I beg. We are to Barry. If you see some of our girls, young ones, they won't wear it from home. It's in their bag. As soon as they jump down from Okada.
Let me quickly correct
you. But that's the free expression of youth now. The experimentation of youth.
No.
One man. Are you sure you are a Kegite?
No, I'm not a Kegite too.
Okay, because northern people too, they have their Ilya, they have their Ilya in all those areas. They have a Maiduguri, they have a Kotangora. So they not try those people, they get their own. It's only maybe only now they can't but they get.
So I want to agree with Soli that what is driving this is money. It is money. There's big money. Woman, let me tell you, there's big money in alcohol business. Big money.
Very, very big.
Look, one man is a big money in the United States here if you own alcohol store. Oh, Lord, that's a big money. Do you know what? Other than you are running it, you are making profit. When you are retiring, you want to sell that license to another person. They don't easily give that license to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So that license that you have to own alcohol store is the money. It's an investment. By the time you want to quit, you want to sell that license to another person, transfer it to another person to own, it's millions of dollars. It costs millions of dollars. I had wanted to do that business before, but because back then there was, the risk in it that sometimes some of these bad boys can come with their gun in order to rob you, kill people and stuff. That's why I didn't go into it. But there's a big money in it, big money. So it is money that is driving it. This excuse that.
But Saudi Arabia does not really need money. They don't.
Who told you that? Who told you?
I think it's more acceptance than anything else. They want to come into the mainstream.
One man. Everybody needs money. These people have mega projects.
The Arabs don't need money now.
They want the money. They want it.
I think
the reason why they are relevant is because of the money that they have. The more money they have, the more relevance they are. It gives them
we are
power.
in a competitive world now, where who has the most can rule, can govern, can lead. You must have money, tons upon tons of money, to control this world, to be in the mainstream of this world. It is money, one man. Do you know how many investors that will come in after some time into their spaces? They come and invest in alcohol.
Yes. I think one of the things, maybe Solly can also confirm this is in Dubai. I think one of the things is that they would have seen that they are losing money. I think people would still be bringing those things in and drink, and yet the government is not making money off it. You get what I'm saying? So now the alcohol is smuggled. The government cannot put a levy on it or tax it or anything. It's available in the black market. So they would have evaluated the black market size of alcohol in Saudi Arabia and see that, man, this is even almost 1/3 or maybe 1/25 in tourism. I say, let us just leave it. You understand? Maybe that's why. Because people still drink anyway, so.
Very soon after, from there, they will introduce it into their hotels, into their market, into their this thing, and then the money will start flowing.
I mean, once they've allowed it. All this nonsense that exclusively for diplomats. What does that even mean? Once it has entered, it has entered. What is that? Look at that. The drunken Arab. Is that where we are now? The drunken Arab.
One man. What do you call this thing? Our contingent, or do they call them contingent? What do they call them? What do they call those people that are visiting the Hajj? The
pilgrims.
The pilgrims. Yeah, the pilgrims. They are diplomats too. When they are visiting there, they can go and shayo in all those stores. What do you think? Millions of people that come in there every year. Do you know money? Do you know how much they make from that pilgrimage?
No, but you can't take it to the holy city. You see, that's another thing. I'm sure that if this guy, the holy city does not only belong to Saudi Arabia. The holy city belongs to all the Muslims. So
forget that. Don't
Saudi is just a custodian.
Saudi is just the custodian of the holy city. That city, if you are not a Muslim, you can't enter that city. That's what I heard.
Oga Patoski, if they no give you visa enter Saudi, whether you are Muslim or not, Saudi Arabia can stop you even if you like be Muslim times 1 million times. They will tell you you are a Muslim, we won't allow you in our country. Then
no, you have to enter Saudi because I spoke with Simba one day.
You can't enter the Kaaba area. You are correct, Pato.
No, you can go into Mecca. It's Kaaba that you cannot get entry to.
I heard that there are certain spaces in Saudi Arabia that at the gate they will ask you if you're a Muslim, and if you're not, then they'll turn you back. Yeah.
Don't worry, all those ones will change. Alcohol when they start.
That only city.
The next thing is Igbo. They have to.
For anybody.
That holy city is just a tourist center. It's a tourist center. You can come to Kogus, you want spring to and put anything there. You can go to Idore and put Ogun there and say Ogun is talking there. So see, this thing is religion can be fraud. You understand? Religion is good, but it can be fraudulent at times because when that thing lands in the hands of the wrong people, they will introduce. So that place that Saudi is a custodian, see, they want you in their country because they are making money new. If they are not getting any benefit, and someone from Pakistan will say, "Oh, I can enter Saudi just because they are just custodian. I hear you. That's a regional power, just like we are talking of the US or those things. Then those people then go stop anybody, any garden body, and if you enter that place. So it's what they are realizing there now. They are changing. So I think our people should learn from this. Let us find a way to make money from people. Those people that like to do whatever, find a way to collect money from them. That's my hope.
Well,
nobody want to talk again.
Let's wait and see what is going to happen. But since they have introduced it, gradually it's going to spread across that country. It's a matter of time. So
one man, when you're about to go, introduce the Cameroon-Nigeria match, please. Let's warm up.
Yes. We can have it as I'm just waiting for Thomas to signal to me that it's ready. But I was just saying in chat yesterday that the Nigerian team they have this habit of getting back home before their postcards, and I cannot see us getting past Cameroon.
I disagree with you. We have history.
One man, Cameroon is not that. I don't want to talk, but Cameroon is not. It's Senegal that we should be afraid of because Cameroon.
We can beat Senegal.
Senegal is a one-man team now. Is it not?
No.
No, one man.
That's the only complete team in this tournament so far.
One Burugon.
Have the Egyptians been knocked out? I heard them rioting.
They crawl into the knockout stage.
So
there's a big debate in the UK. There's a big debate in the UK about Mo Salah being brought back from injury.
He has a torn ligament. He will be out for about 5 weeks. But the problem with Cameroon is Onana. Onana is having issues with Rico Betson, their coach, and their FA chairman. What's that?
How won't he have issue? The worst goalkeeper in the history of the current tournament.
I don't know. When you have some literary agent, they just project you as if you are the best thing to happen to sports. Onana.
That guy is a goalkeeping fraud.
Real goalkeeping fraud. I've never seen. It's very, very bad. Samuel Eto'o. He was blasting Samuel Eto'o because they benched him in their match against Guinea, I think it was Guinea, and the other goalkeeper did well. But the way I look at it, they are not going anywhere. This time, I think Super Eagles will have an edge. The problem we have in Super Eagles.
Okay, Baba, why do you think? Because I see these Super Eagles as unserious compared to what we used to have. These guys, they spend more time with hairdressers, and they stay in the hairdressing salon more than women. So they seem to take care of their head more than.
Let me tell you what these boys have been doing. They've been playing video games every night.
It's not about video games alone solely, but you watch Tunisia 94, right? And you used to watch how we play. You used to play them. And look at this guy that they will play as if hey, don't touch my leg, all those stuff, and you will see the hair, the time. You start wondering, a man, okay, a person like me now, I will still do my kaya this evening now. You understand? I will still go and do some inspection on where this thing. But someone that is supposed to even be more active, even spend time more than me, because we think sport is pleasure. No, these guys are professional. They spend a lot of time, they have time to recover and all those stuff. But they still have enough time to.
Go on. Sorry, Landa.
So they still have a lot of time to busy with their hair instead of busy with how they can dribble like Okosha, how they can use their sense to convert like Kanu, creativity of Kanu, and how to be rugged like Finidi George and a master.
Every era of football with its own set of players. This is a different era of soccer entirely. You understand? It comes and it goes. But this present era is not about looks. It's about the system you play. The players understanding the system. The system we are playing is 5-4-1, and leaving Oshima in front as the arrowhead. Just exactly this. But it's not exactly what City plays. That is the problem. If you are going to have an arrowhead, you play 4-2-3-1. 4-2-3-1 is what you play. So that when you pick the ball and you're starting your this thing from the back, so that the two midfielders and also the front men can have spread themselves while the other man will stay in front. But this Pasero man is just playing outrightly the old format.
Baba,
Yeah.
Let me show you a tweet that Shehu Sani put out. Not a tweet, an Instagram post that Shehu Sani put out. He said that the Nigerian, the Ghanaian teams, they look like convicts, and they are the ones at the top, and the Nigerian ones look like rap stars. So look at that. Look at that. Unbelievable. They just went there to do fine boy.
But one man. If you look at all African team in this tournament, I think they went there to project African image. None of them went there with foreign attires. If you look at Senegal, if you look at Burkina Faso, I think it was the CAF that instructed all the team to come like that. So for us to now term it as we always put negativity into some of these things. With the dress in our local attires, we suppose instead of us to actually commend them, then we start giving meaning and say ex-convict or whatever. It's not good.
And besides that, we don't want to.
Do they not have fashion designers in Ghana?
It's not about fashion. It's promotion of our culture in Africa.
We don't look like convicts in Africa now. Look at the Ghanaian team. They look from prisoner cell blockage,
But this is not even their traditional way. If we want to talk about,
you can still see signs of their this thing there,
because they're supposed to wrap kente around them.
But look at the pockets. Look at their pockets. These different designs and all those things.
They look more Nigerian to me. It's Nigerian creation.
At least Nigeria will win best dressed team. It's not the best dressed team.
And they are Conquasia.
Baba, when you were talking about the formation earlier on, that 5-4-1
we are playing
is not an old method. It depends on how long a team has been playing it. This Pasero has not been using this formation before. He just adopted it during this tournament. And, it takes time for a team to get used to a formation. Maybe because he lacked some of the players I wanted. Some of them are injured. So a player like Ndidi and Co that can actually play the 4-2-3-1 formation that you earlier told them. That one you have a 2-man pivot as your defensive midfielder. Then you have the 4 front men are the attackers. With that one, we're able to attack very well. But this one is more of a defensive form of play. So, and that is why you see that Nigeria have not considered much in this tournament, and they've also scored least goal for them to progress.
True. Because very correct. Very correct.
So this one, if you can play it very well, if you are able to manage to score a goal during your play, then you can defend it, and then you can just. I've seen somebody, a team in the World Cup that won the World Cup with how many goals? Maybe like 5 or 6 goals in the World Cup. So it depends on.
This is a short tournament, though it comes biannually, and it's supposed to excite your fan base. I think that team is more suited for a 4-3-3 system, not even 4-4-2. 4-3-3 system will make them highly mobile.
4-4-2, but it's a 4-4-2 that is old fashioned. You rarely see any team playing 4-4-2 again.
No more. But 4-3-3 will serve so better because Oshime will have support. And if it's not performing,
he's isolated.
So far.
He's isolated. And this guy, what's the name of this Okocha cousin? Iwobi that's supposed to be playing closer to him, is actually playing more of a defensive role rather than attacking role. So, and they have not mastered it very well. We don't have a good midfielder that can actually master that midfield like a creative midfielder. Iwobi is the only one, but he's not playing that role in this tournament. So, but the Cameroon, as one man was saying, Cameroon, you can't compare this Cameroonian team with the old Cameroonian team. What we have in the world now is these Gen Z players. They are not hardworking like the player we used to have before.
They are more like models than that. This is
exactly. And then even the coaches are afraid. Before the coaches are like bullying. I remember there was a time Joe Cole and then even Didier Drogba, even Obi Mikel were talking about the way Mourinho used to deal with them when they were in Chelsea. That he will abuse them, he will rail curses on them, and they take it like a normal thing. You can't do this one to all these young kids these days. They will sue you. So
all these players have their induced secret.
So things have changed in the world, and you see. Let me. Look at the world now. How many players can you even before you look at teams like AC Milan, Juventus, Chelsea, Manchester United, and we have stars that you can mention. Can you mention any star in any of these teams now? Even in the likes of Barcelona and Real Madrid, who is the star in Real Madrid now? Who is the star in Barcelona? So they're all average players, any big money, and that's why you see all of them misbehaving like that. Like it's just a generation of a bunch of young kids that are just spoiled with money.
Yeah, but I think with Odegba Media now and Okucha.
The one thing I object to is us not having an indigenous coach. No matter how badly we play, we must have an indigenous coach.
I support that too.
I agree.
You understand?
Let me tell you, how many of these players
have the glory?
One man. How many of these players are homegrown? That you want to have an indigenous coach? What the advantage, and that's why you see Africa not even performing well in the world. The advantage that we used to have over the room, everybody's playing European style, and you can't play their style more than them.
Yeah, so we develop our own indigenous. Our style is not for the regimented European play.
Exactly. Look at when Cameroon went to that World Cup that time. They bully everybody, woman.
We play with flair, not with organization. But let's bring Pansat into the conversation.
Thank you.
You've come in to do a bit of Arab bashing. Is that what it is?
It's not necessary. You have a considerable crowd today. Substantially, everybody's been contributing and they've been flowing. I've been enjoying listening to everything. Now, why are you against Coach Jose?
I'm not against him necessarily, but I just object to if we are let the thing be purely Nigerian, and then if we get kicked out, let us get kicked out. I just object to the glory. If we win now, half the glory will go to some Oyinbo person.
Okay, that makes sense.
One man. Have you done the statistics of the coaches, the coaches in this tournament? How many African countries actually use their local coaches?
I know, but look,
one last man that was coaching the Cameroonian.
Let me say that what you should be pointing out, it's how Nigerians they trust Stanley Nwabali, for example, as a goalkeeper. You don't trust an Igbo man to be president because he's Biafra. Aside from when it comes to these games, right? Well, look at the roster. Look at the roster. You know what I'm saying? You carry Nigeria on your head. Who's wearing the country? Who's flying the colors of the country in Olympics and all this stuff? Who? It's a good thing for us to come together, especially with the spirit of these games.
So what you are saying now is only Igbos that play football.
I want you to be quiet, okay? One man, please help me.
Nigeria.
I haven't talked all day. He's been here running his mouth.
But Pansat, you can't inject the Igboism.
That's what I'm trying to do. I don't know why Obama allowing to just come and
what is Igboism got to do with Nigerian sport?
I was going to be giving you credit. I'm not going to say it anymore. I was just going to say how you've been here representing the country when Rational Mind is not here and I'm not here. Then you step up, and they've been beating up on you, and you've been holding on your own. So please don't ruin it. Else I'm not going to give you credit. So what I'm saying,
what
I'm saying,
he wanted to patronize you to keep short. That's what he's doing.
What I'm doing now is to I want
this
you.
is
I
the
want
Nigerian
you, I
team
want
right
him,
here.
That's right.
It's not Igbo. It's
not
it's
Igbo,
Nigerian.
right? That's my point. It's not Igbo. As you could see, the roster though, it's not Hausa Fulani, right? And they are not particularly from. I don't know if it's Simba. Who is that? Simba that's talking from Saudi over there. Right.
Ahmed Musa, our linchpin, is a Hausa man.
Not necessarily, right? There are a lot of minorities who have all kinds of names. Even Yoruba answer that kind of name. But if you look at that, that's Nigeria. You may be looking at number 21, Uelumba, and people. They may not be core Igbo, but the point I'm making is that the spirit that brings these teams to sell, to sell and do very well, compete. We're putting out our best without sentiment, tribalism. This is purely on merit, right? That's what you have to. I've come in here for because of these kids here, this youth here, Simba and all that. They always, cheering for the team, but they don't look and say, okay, what do we learn from this? We could really do good if we let everybody, women, Igbos, Hausas. I guess you could add Fulanese there. I don't think they know how to play soccer. They don't go to restaurants and they don't play soccer. So if you are going to be doing this, then you're going to do much better. You can't be always running your mouth when it's time to fly the colors of the country and nowhere to be found. Now, who's more Nigerian than the rest of them here? Who?
What is your point now, Pansat? We don't understand. What is your point now?
Well, what you need to do is peel back your eyes.
I have
right?
not said nothing.
Peel back your eyes and wax your ears and keep your mouth shut. There's a graphic on the screen.
You are not making sense now, and you cannot abuse people to make sense.
I think that one man, you're gonna have to come in and hold this guy back, because I'm making the best sense you've made here all night. I'm trying to talk about something important.
You said you were enjoying the conversation, so you've come to dabaru it. Is that what
it's okay? Well, okay, go ahead and enjoy it. Come back to me so I can talk about substance.
Carry on, but keep it in the light spirit that you bet it. But carry on.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, I would say, with all candor, our country will do very well in these games, the economy, governance, if we embrace every talent in the country. Now, I'm also talking about women here, right? It's not you go to work, you come home to this conversation, and you start having a good time. Too bad if you want to have a good time, let's fix the country, then we'll have a good time. All these people, Sally, Thomas, even people at that age, they don't understand. They just watch these games, they're enjoying it, but they don't know that what's producing this kind of effort is treating everybody equally.
It's
right?
Igboism, right?
No, but I haven't, since I came in here, I haven't even thought about it that way. One man put up a graphic, but you're going to have to deal with the truth, though, if you want to go that route. Igbos are indispensable.
They are the linchpin of the team.
They're indispensable in the country. I mean, it's all in the government.
Everybody's indispensable in the country.
Yes. Right. Everybody's indispensable. I don't even know why you fighting me. You should be applauding me. Peel back your eyes, wax your ears, keep your mouth shut, and take the lesson I'm giving you here. You think I came here so you're going to like me when everybody is talking?
One man, Cameroon versus Nigeria. That's the topic.
All right. What's your take on that, Pansat? Cameroon versus Nigeria.
We're going to whoop their ass, right?
You think so?
Absolutely.
With all these Ajebota people in the team,
we're going to do very well. Unfortunately, it comes here very, very early in the morning. We should say late at night, but we'll keep praying for them, keep our fingers crossed. But I appreciate them. The way that these people are going to do very well is that when they're playing that game, they should be mindful of the country they're going to come home to. That really helps the morale of a team. You know, you have to be respectful. Not just waiting for this match to be over so you could cheer up your country, you know, nationalistically, but you're gonna have to, when they come to, if they slip onto one man show a night before the game, and they just say, let me go on social media, and they tune into one man show, they should be hearing things that should make them play. But with the kind of stuff you're talking about here, if I'm that goalkeeper, I'm gonna let it slip in. I'm gonna let it slip in there. I have Cameroon whoop their ass. Right? That's the way you have to look at it. A lot of people come and they're softening the net. They want to come in here, they want to hear you talking nonsense how they're not Nigerians, they're IPOP. But when it comes to put on that uniform, you're nowhere to be found.
What about Ajayi? What about Aina? Are they which tribe? Which village are they from?
But that's you're reducing it to the bare minimum. That's not what we're talking about. There's talent all across the tribes. But what I'm saying is that Ajayi, Aina are important, but so are Nwabali, Ugochukwu, Chukwueze. Now, if you go back and look at it historically, the players who produced in the past, Nwankwo, Segun Odegbami, Michael John Obi, Mother Lawal, I don't know where the hell he's from. Could be a Yoruba there. Christian Chukwu, Vincent Enyama, Sunday Olise, Jejo Kocha.
Rashid Yakene.
Okay, maybe, yeah, Yakene, right? 90s. So, but
Emmanuel Amunike.
Who are Adepoju, Dimeji Lawa. We can name them for you.
Yeah, but if these are Nigerians, just like Aina, then let's make it happen.
Aina, which
on
one is
economics,
yeah, I think it's
manufacturing.
A wild dog,
I know. So it's all I know. Aina, not Aina.
Aina is a wild dog.
You know what I'm saying, right? We want to make this. Let's have a team. Let's have a team for manufacturing, just like that. A team for governance. A team for everything else, so that we can be nationalistic and excel. That's what sports are for. Sportsmanship, the spirit. You should be learning a lesson from that. So with that, if you
one man, I introduce the topic. Can I carry on?
Yeah, carry on, Baba.
Yeah, Cameroon and Nigeria, we have a history. It's like a local derby. It's like a local derby anytime we meet. They've injured us more than we've injured them. And
who do you think we enjoy beating more, Cameroon or Ghana?
We don't have a good history against the two.
We don't have a good history against the two. And when it comes to local, because with Ghana too, I consider it a local derby. And in my house, for instance, tension always rears its head when Ghana and Nigeria is meeting.
Baba, you remember when Nigeria hosted it with Ghana? We were beaten right there in Lagos by Cameroon at the final.
At the final, that was I don't want to. They went that night with the cup with Aiyedatiwa, afraid that we are going to attack them because they cheated us, and they know that. And when Aiyedatiwa was kicked out at the behest of Nigerian delegates in CAF, I was the happiest man that day. So the thing with this match actually is it's not about form. Derby matches are like cup tie. It's not about form.
It's about passion.
Yeah, it's about wants passion. It more. It's about who wants it more. Exactly. And that is the thing I think people like Okocha and Odegbami, who are on the ground there, should be talking to these boys about. And that is where I wish we are having a local coach there instead of Pasero, because the local coach will have come out of the old crop of players which we revered. And that will have acted as an impetus in prompting our players, in whipping up their passion. It's about passion. And I think that is lacking.
Did you see that clip of when Victor Osimhen met Didier Drogba?
Oh, I mean, I saw it was like a god.
It was almost like it was Dobale for him.
Yeah, of course, they deserved it. You understand, well educated, an accountant, and he has. I think he built a hospital there in Abidjan for them.
And also, they are trying to lure him to Chelsea, so it's also another thing. I also grew up in Lagos, so he has some Yoruba culture in him.
Yeah, the thing with the Osimhen system, where look, a player is as good as a striker is as good as the player supporting him. He's not getting the kind of support he gets in his team in Italy. Same thing that worries Lionel Messi and Ronaldo in their national team. So they have to be together for a long time before they can have that understanding. But I think a player like Iwo, if we play a better system like 4-3-3, player like Iwobi and our old man, what is Uncle what? The guy with in City, Leicester, and now I don't know where he is. The old man now.
Okay, not old man now. That former under-17 guy.
He's an old man now. I mean, Raheem Sterling always call him uncle. Uncle when he was in City. And you want to tell me he's 28? I beg. You understand? With the three of them in front, these are.
There's no longer in form. That is the problem. It's no longer in form.
Form is the first thing that goes out of the window in a derby match.
Baba.
Yeah.
That pattern, this pattern you are talking. You know, this Anthony Conte pattern. You see best of our wingers in this game.
Yeah, but it's not producing results.
You see somebody like Aina and the other guy playing the other wing, doing very well in this kind of pattern.
No, Simon is not playing. Is not playing winger. Simon is one of the three front men. You are talking about Bassi.
It's a wing back. It's a wing back.
It's a wing back. You see those guys doing well in this kind of pattern, but you see our striker not being much active because it's more like a wing game.
There are so many chances he has got in this tournament. He's been wasteful also. If you look at our match against
he get more chances to score. He get more chances to score, but
wasted a lot of chances.
Yes. Even the last match, there was the one.
Do you think
there was one of?
Do you think his reputation has been diminished somewhat in this tournament, Victor?
No, but he's doing well. If you notice this match, his personality is doing very, very good work in the opposition defense.
Constant threat.
It's a threat. Just like what we did to is it Ivory Coast? He was the hero of that game. He has the experience. Because if not because of the experience he has, that penalty wouldn't have gotten it.
Yeah, and what happened in that game was that, look, the Côte d'Ivoire, they made a fundamental mistake. They put 2-3 men on him. That is the problem they face because that is the threat and that's the usefulness of him in this competition. It's not getting clear-cut opportunities, actually. Because the people he plays with in Europe, I mean, it's like they lay the ball down for him in the tradition of Didier Drogba. But one thing I see lacking in him, because even he could do well, if he comes back to the third, like Didier Drogba and Rashidi Yekini, they roll the ball on the floor to ahead. He has the speed, he has the legs.
But there is one guy you guys are not noticing in this Ego team. That guy is the best in this African tournament. One is it Basil or some from defense?
Which team does he play for?
He played for Fulham. He played for Fulham in England.
That guy is the best.
And then there's one other guy in the midfield.
I think Nwabali is the best player.
First match is been injured. One Sanusi. He controlled that midfield very well against Equatorial Guinea.
That guy is the best in this tournament. You guys are not looking at him very well. He's the best in this Nigerian team, and even almost in this tournament. He's the best guy.
One man is not a football person. So let's predict. My prediction: Nigeria 2, Cameroon 1. What about you, Ekene, and all the rest?
Okay.
I see Nigeria winning. The only time I see Nigeria winning Cameroon.
Can just hold on? Let's take that round then. So predictions for the Cameroon and Nigeria match. We started off with
Nigeria.
We started off with Thomas to land on DG. So Thomas, I'm sure you're not there, but predictions? No. Solly, Nigeria v Cameroon predictions.
Me, I cannot see. Random people are winning. I just hope Nigeria will win. It's hope I have.
So what's your hopeful score line? And that's to the comment section as well. Predictions for the Nigerian Cameroon match. So give us a prediction. We go to Simba.
2-1 or 2-0 towards win towards Nigeria.
All right, 2-1 Nigeria. So I'm writing it down. So you all have to come and account for your Simba. You're up next.
A draw and then penalty shootout.
And then who wins the penalty shootout?
Cameroon wins.
Oh God, Pansat, you are a patriot, Pansat. All right, I think we are Pansat just yet. Baba, I think you already gave us your prediction. Cameroon v Nigeria.
No, I said Nigeria 2, Cameroon 1. 2-1 Nigeria for me.
2-1 Nigeria. Yeah, Pansat, we were taking predictions for the Cameroon-Nigeria game just for the fun of it.
Okay, I'll pass for right now. Go ahead.
What's your patriotism?
It's right here. Believe me, you and I, we have complementing roles to play for the patriotic Nigerian. So if
so you're not backing your country for a victory with so many Southeasterners in the team, so you can come here and gloat.
No, I'm backing them. I'm cheering on for Nigeria. We're gonna win the game.
Are we going to win the cup?
We're gonna win this game right here. So we'll see. This is an important game. I'm looking forward to it. So we'll take it a day at a time. Overall, once this game, if they overcome this, reverse history, and then it's going to boost their morale. Once Nigerians are charged up, none of these teams have anything to do with us, as a matter of fact. You know, it's we're Nigerians. There's 230 million Nigerians. So just, I think it's even unfair to be pitting them against us, to be honest with you. So let's take it a day at a time, go there and win one for the Biafrans who dominate that team. So let's go. Baba,
a victory for Biafra.
Baba, you and I are on the same team this time around, right? We're on the same team. Right?
I thought you said Baba was an Islamic fundamentalist. How can you be on the same team?
Get out of here, Pansat.
You know, it's the funny thing. We're all on the same team. I will keep fighting one another. It doesn't make any sense. So if we win this match, the whole match, we have to do a show that will say to all Nigerians, this is the way we do it. This is the way we win. Everybody has to feel good about that country and do by merit. And imagine if we did it otherwise. So we shouldn't talk until let's go bring the cup home.
If they win the cup,
something from it.
Will it be a Tinubu victory if they win the cup?
Absolutely. Absolutely, in that sense. Because now we're talking nationalism, right? But what he ought to do, if Nigeria wins this thing under his watch, he's supposed to say, you know, this is the way we win. Imagine if we do it the way we're picking our leaders or picking our political or our economic team, you do it by section. There's no way you're going to win a game if you just put Fulanis there to go and play. Let's say Buhari did that. If you picked and exclude Southerners, Yorubas, other minorities in the country, and you just pick a team based on might of the population who could rig the picking of the team, there's no way we don't have a chance. I don't even think they have a goalkeeper in the Fulani tribe or midfielders or any kind of talent. So we have to do it by...
Do you think being a goalkeeper is anatomic to their cultural being in the North?
Absolutely. right? Because if you look at the analogies, like somebody wandering around. If a goalkeeper wanders from that goal post area and start going to take the position of the striker, for example, then they're going to score a goal. We need people who understand the teamwork. You have goalkeepers, you have midfielders, you have strikers, you have all kinds of things to make that team a cohesive team. And then the morale, everybody has to feel good about that team and say, hey, we are equal. If you pay somebody less than the other in the team based on their race or their tribe or whatever, it's not gonna work. So it's but one man, I challenge you to do a show when we carry that cup, because we will carry the cup. If we win it under Tinubu, we want to talk to Tinubu himself or his handlers and everybody in the country how we win. We have to win sometimes, don't we? We're the giant of Africa, for crying out loud.
We should really be winning most times. It's a real head scratcher. 100 and 200 million population, and we cannot even dominate the continent.
Look at our geography, right? If you develop that country from desert to the sea, everywhere Nigeria is developed, right? Our musicians are doing very well. They are selling. I mean, I was at the beach. Was it last year or so? I was sitting at the beach and I see somebody playing a Davido song walk past me. And so I called her, and she's from South Africa, apparently, right? But since then, you turn on the radio stations here, or you go to nightclubs, and they're playing Nigerian music. Now, when I was, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, you would, no matter how good our musicians are, you would never hear any beat from Nigeria being played in America. So those people are doing their own. If you come to Nollywood, look at what they've accomplished. If you go to Caribbean, no matter where you go, they're playing Nigerian movies, enjoying it. On the Prime here, they're doing their own in that arena. So culturally, we're hanging in there. So if you were to bring that inflation down to 3-4%, or you have nationalists who would talk to Britain and say, hey, look, we want this thing to be 1 naira to 1 pound. Or pack your stuff and get the hell out of here, including America. We don't need these people. The problem is that we don't have any real patriots, not even one. So that's what we do. So you want to do a show when we win the cup. I'll help you sponsor it. Let's do a show.
The show doesn't need sponsoring. I only need to sit on the laptop.
You always cry about that, but every show you shouldn't feel bad about that. I know you need to be sponsored. You need a lot of people here. For example, on this one-man show, it shouldn't be. There's 230 million Nigerians. There shouldn't be a show done here that's less than 17,000, 37,000 people.
Stay on that thought. I'm going to show you something in a moment, but stay there, land that, and then I'll take that topic round. One thing you just said there is going to make me show you something, but land the point. And then
the point I'm landing is that this goes to everybody, every other show that's been done, including Niger Watch, Dr. Damages, every Nigerian show. We have 230 million Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians in Nigeria itself are online. A lot of Nigerians in diaspora are online. So every time you have less than 20,000 people, when you put up a show after you've established, then shame on you, because you should have a lot of people here that you're doing something wrong. The marketplace determines what's going on. So what you should do is to be introspective and say, why don't I have 20,000 Nigerians here? And what do you call it? The sponsor, what do you call it when people give you some change here? That place should be lit up all the time. We're Nigerians. You should be lit up. You should be making a lot of money. You should be innovating on how to do this show, get people out in the field and do a real show.
All right. You always go too far. But
but I'm trying to tell you that's what it
there's a video that I did a couple of years ago, and there are about 130 million Nigerians that buy internet data. Do you know what that means? I'm not saying they are buying data for communication. They are buying data for accessing the social media. And that was, I think that was about 2 years ago that I did that. So all of these so-called platforms that we have, we are not really doing anything. And you are right. If you are not getting 10,000 consistent on every stream, then you are not doing anything. Because the mass is there. They are buying, and that is in Nigeria, by the way. We're not talking about Nigerians in diaspora. We're talking about Nigerians in Nigeria buying internet data, 130-something million as at about 2 years ago. So all of
that
these
is right.
if
it's a Ghanaian show or Cameroon, right? Maybe they get this kind of numbers.
I'm going to go and look for that video and dig it out. I did it quite a while ago, but all right. Let's take the football on. Predictions for the match. Let's hear from. Have we heard from Simba? Let's hear from Ekene. Nigeria v Cameroon.
One man, I believe in this team. It's just that in this tournament, Nigeria have the best talent, and that's why I love my country so much. Just look at what we have in that team. All of them are well-respected players in Europe. And you see their style of play, you know that they're not just African players. They play European styles and all that. So, but the issue we have is patriotism. If those guys can develop that kind of patriotism we want in them, I don't see any African team compared to Nigerian team. The talent is there. The only thing that we need is that patriotism. The way they play shows that they are better than every other team in that tournament. So I still have hope in them, and I believe that they can win Cameroon, maybe 2-0. 2-0. So I still have that hope that they can do it because they have the quality. It's just what they need is patriotism. That's all, one man.
Your man is 3-1. 3-1. Okay, go ahead.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that DG, you're up next. DG, I'm surprised you've come into this Nigerian noise making. DG.
Hey,
DG.
Thank you very much for having me. I think I don't like to disappoint you, but I think Cameroon is going to win for 1-0.
Why is that?
Mute that guy. Mute that person. Mute him right now.
Should we have him short? Should we have him short?
It's just football, okay, bro? I think there is something is wrong with Nigeria. Of course, they have the talent, but the Cameroonians are fighting like hell. So that's why I'm putting my money on the Cameroonian side. They're gonna win.
Have you been following the tournament, DG?
Since 1990, man.
But are you following this one?
Yes, I've been following this one too.
And who has impressed you so far in terms of?
Cape Verde is impressed me.
May God bless you, DG. In fact, that was the question I wanted to ask Baba, woman. That who is the surprise team of this tournament? I think it's Cape Verde.
But yeah, Cape Verde is doing good.
Years now, so it's not. I'm not surprised. I'm only surprised at Gambia. Though they are out, but I'm surprised at the fighting spirit. It's not even Gambia, Mozambique, all the teams.
Baba, last tournament,
hold on,
they also did well.
Hold on, Simba, for DJ. DG, I never knew they played football in Cape Verde. Never mind. I don't think I've ever heard their national team in any of these tournaments. So yes, I too was surprised. Because sometimes I want to put a bet on it, and when I see Cape Verde and I just say, okay, they get beaten, and then they cost me money. DG.
Yes, exactly. Cape Verde is a small country, and they're doing good. This is football, I always support the underdogs. The reason why I choose Cameroon of Nigeria, We know Nigeria has talent, of course. We know they have big names, but I don't know. Whenever a game is on football, I'm a football fan. Actually, I'm an Arsenal fan.
How can you be a football fan and a national fan? That's an oxymoron.
Yeah, I'm an African from East Africa, bro. We love Arsenal. We don't know why.
Yes, that's funny. Actually, most Nigerians follow Arsenal as well, or Man U.
Yeah, in Ethiopia, brother, they will kill you for if you support Manchester or Manchester City against Arsenal. They will literally cut your throat. So we love always to the underdogs to improve. What I'm saying is, we want Cameroon to win this game. When Nigeria wins this game, that means Egypt, Mohamed Salah now is out. So they are going to win the cup. And this is not good for Africa. I'm sorry, my Nigerian brothers. My Nigerian brothers of the panel. You can win all the time. Let the other Africans also have some joy,
Has Equatorial Guinea surprised you, DJ?
Yes, they did. Oh, Equatorial Guinea they did, man. They did. Algeria disappointed me a lot.
Are they out now? I heard that their fans were going to attack them in the hotel.
Yeah. They should be. Yeah. We know. We Africans. We attack losers. We want winners. And Senegal is doing good. Nigeria is doing good. But this game, I'm going to put my money on Cameroon, because Cameroon is the neighbor country of Nigeria, and you guys have beef, and they will put a fight, man. Even if they lose it, they will lose it when their heads are up. But I think they're gonna win it. They're gonna win it.
In the last game with Gambia, it was like 0-0, and Cameroon was lucky to get out 0-0 with the first half of that game. With Nigeria, by that time, Nigeria would have scored at least 2 goals. That's what I think is going to happen again. Nigerians will study that tape with Gambia. It was lackluster on this, even though they're 80 points ahead of Gambia in the rating.
But Pansat, what DG is saying is that when these African countries play Nigeria, especially one that borders Nigeria like Cameroon, there's that extra impetus because they feel that they are already over-dominated. You only have to go to their space. All they ever do is complain about Nigeria, that they are playing too much Nigerian music in their, and they are using too many Nigerian slangs on their they just
it's rivalry.
So if they get the chance to stick one to us, they will go superhuman.
They give it all they got.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yes, they will fight. So they will fight until they want their ladies to come back to the Cameroonian men, because whenever that you win, you are taking their girls, So why not? If I was a Cameroonian, I would fight, man. I would fight because I don't want a dusty Nigerian to win and take 10 of my Cameroonian ladies.
It's true.
So
we know the last time we played with Cameroon, we won them. Hands down. It was Nations Cup, so you remember.
It's not like we're sitting fat and and coasting. Right now, we're not happy. So I feel sorry for anybody who's gonna get in our way. We need some good news. And
but if history has anything to do with football, any tournament that Nigerians beat Cote d'Ivoire in Nations Cup, anytime they beat Nigeria, went on to win the tournament.
Yeah. Besides, it's not a constant. These players.
What do you say, woman?
No. I've not been following the tournament, so don't let me pretend.
This year is different from other years. I believe that if you watch that Gambia game, if I'm the one coaching Nigeria, that's what I would consider.
Sorry, guys. Do you want me to shut it? Do you want me to shut it down? Sorry, I was muted. Do you want me to shut it down, or are you happy to carry on? Yes.
Well, let's vote.
Carry on, man. This is the trending topic.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I was speaking. Sorry, I was speaking to Kaizo's stream. Carry on.
Hey, but if you look at this tournament, generally, there are so many surprise teams. Okay, look at a team like Mauritania. When last did you hear Mauritania play football? To me, even if I want to take, I would rather take Mauritania in this tournament than Cape Verde, because if you look at the last tournament, Cape Verde actually even performed in the last tournament. So I'm not surprised that they continue in this trajectory during this this tournament. Again, but Mauritania surprised me. Hello?
I beg your pardon. I was actually running 2 streams. Kaizo fell asleep on his stream, so I've been monitoring it. So I forgot to mute myself. So I've shut him down now, just so I can, yeah.
Unfortunately, the 2 surprise teams of this tournament are not the one meeting. Mauritania and Cape Verde. So one of them will be eliminated.
Mauritania to be beaten because they're still practicing slavery over there in Mauritania.
The issue is this: don't let, because if you are a follower of football, group stage is different from knockout stage. So all these minors they will just, most of them will get eliminated in the knockout stage, because group stage football is different from knockout stage football. The way you approach it, the way you play it is different from group stage. So most of the normal big weeks, they are the one that we still imagine this in this knockout stage. Or most of these minors will be eliminated in the knockout stage. So that's the way it goes.
Okay, my favorite final is always like Egypt Nigeria final. So you have a northern Arab sort of. I always like. Then we know who the boss is. You know, like a Black Africa sort of versus Arab type Africa sort of final.
Actually, what I can predict is that we have at least one West African country in the final. There's no doubt about
Nigeria
that.
Or Senegal, Abi?
Yes.
Yeah, but we give too much credit of Egypt, but we know the Egyptian players cannot.
Well, you know, Ivory Coast,
so fast,
Ivory Coast qualified.
Yeah, Ivory Coast qualified. Oh yeah, okay, because it's a home ground. Yeah, but
you
the
guys
thing
are
is,
forgetting Morocco is still there.
Morocco is an African country, but Egypt is not. That is one thing. One man, the way you put it, like the one West Africa and when the other Africans, the Egyptians, is very true. Egyptians, without Mohamed Salah, it's just an ordinary team. And thanks God, he's not playing anymore. So I think Egypt is not going to progress at this tournament. And the final will be to West African nations. Cameroon will be there.
Because if you look at the number, DG, if you look at the number of West African countries that remain in this tournament, we have the highest. And then the Northern Africans is only Morocco.
Why they call this Africa Cup of Nations? This should be called the West Africa Cup of Nations. I mean, East Africa, we have only Tanzania. It is already out. And North Africa, Algeria is out. We have Tunisia is out. Tunisia is out. We have Egypt and Morocco. Morocco is an African country. Yeah.
Then we have only South Africa and
the rest
Congo.
Is, South Africa and Congo.
Southern Africa.
Yeah, and the rest is West Africa. So shout out to you, bros. You're the African. I'm sorry, but this is the reality.
DG, we were just debating earlier on that ideally African countries should not have foreign coaches. So let it be indigenous, or and maybe CAF should even make that a rule. Let it be indigenous all the way through. Then whatever happens, happens. But when you have some white person as the manager of your team, how can you truly claim that victory for your country?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Africa should not have a foreign. And one man, you are right. Just look at the history from. I said I've been following this to this cup from 1990. Every Africa, especially the Western African, you guys just like a white guy to be the head of the coach. Look at Egypt, man. They have like 7 or 6 stars on on their T-shirt, and all of their coaches are locals. None of them is from outside. Cameroon has had.
No, I think Egypt has a foreign coach.
And Egypt?
Victoria is a foreign coach.
No. I'm talking about Egypt. Egypt is the #1 in Africa, which has the most cups.
7. They have won 7 so far. 7.
They have 7 stars. And look at their coaches. They are always Egyptian. And we produce lots of coach. You guys produce people who can be coaches for Africa, but still you are going after this guy, this French, Belgian, sometimes Portuguese coaches.
Don't you think that it might still be due to our mentality of this for these foreign things that okay, we always think that anything foreign is the best.
It has to stop, man. It's the time to.
What of our football body? That you put people that don't know anything about football in our football body. They go there for corruption. So it's part of the problem. When you see people like our retired players like Okocha, Daniel Omokachie doing nothing after they've retired from football. Just look like Cameroon now, what Samuel Eto'o is doing in their football body. Those things are the things we are supposed to be doing so that all our players will be useful to them.
But the thing is, if a good footballer cannot be a good coach, it doesn't matter that this person was a footballer. You know, look at the Mourinho. He was not a footballer, but he's a good coach. Coaches can be anyone, can be like from the fans, from the regular, ordinary people who love football and who knows how to manage. It's not necessary that they were like footballers before. Great footballers don't make great coaches. That's true. We have learned that in the Premier League in Europe.
But it's not a fact now. They will still have great footballers that are good coach. Guardiola is there. What about this former French guy that coaches?
Didier Deschamps. But he was not a good footballer. Zidane was a good footballer, but he can never be a coach for France. And he applied to be a coach for France. They said him, no, you can't be. Look at that.
He's not a Frenchman. You know, he's not a Frenchman. And that is what I wanted to even say earlier, DG. If you look at the French team, how many of the French team players are actually French? They're all Africans, but they still play. They play for France.
No, they are all French, but mostly they are black, but they are French. They are not Africans. Look at the Mbappe. Mbappe is a Cameroonian father, Algerian mother. He's born in France, and he may look like you and me, but he's French. This guy is French, man. We are not claiming them. They're French. That's it. What I'm talking about is the coaches.
Right. Yeah, that's the way
the coaches
for the country.
The coaches. They don't like people who were good footballers at their prime time, like Zinedine Zidane. They choose Deschamps, the FFF, the French Football Federation, of Zidane because Deschamps is a good manager. When you are a good, great, famous person, to manage footballers is very difficult. You can advise, you can give them, support, but to manage is a completely different thing. That's why Africa needs not only to look for somebody like Okocha or Eto to be the head coach, but other people also, Look at the Manchester United Sir Alex Ferguson, who gave Manchester United so many cups, so many championships. Was he a good footballer? No, he was not. That is what we should be focusing on.
Yeah, but DG, what you should be looking forward to tomorrow, the stats don't bite you. Nigeria has gone head to head against Cameroon 25 times. So we're looking forward for the Eagles to feast on the Lions again, because they beat them 12 times.
For the sake of tournament, I wish Cameroon would win. If Nigeria,
when Nigeria is out of that tournament, people usually lose interest. It's really Nigeria that people want to watch.
I don't know about that. But
in Africa, but outside of Africa, we watch this tournament here in Germany,
right?
And we all want Nigeria to lose. Even Nigerians want Nigeria to lose.
No, Nigeria wants Nigeria to lose. But what do you have to know?
Definitely, I got two colleagues here with me, and they say, you want Cameroon to win because people like underdog. The thing that you don't, because the emotion.
Those are Nigerians.
Here, the people.
Nigerians? Those friends
they are
Nigerians. They're Nigerians.
Both of them. They are Chon and Daniel. Both of them are Nigerians.
And they want Nigeria to lose?
No, they want the tournament to progress. That's one thing. It doesn't matter Nigeria wins or loses. They want in Europe. Europe is not so that famous. This African Cup of Nations in Europe. Actually, we pay money for a game just to watch one game. It's not free like in Africa. I don't know whether you are in Nigeria or somewhere.
No, it's not free. But we pay for it. But listen to this. In 2019, AFCON, then the second round also, this is going to be a repeat of what happened in that match. Aside from the 3-2, it's going to be 3-1 this time. So you are hoping against hope, because there's been 8 draws and Nigeria has beat them 12 times. And this time we're not happy. We're a much bigger country, and our position in Africa is being challenged left and right. So it's time for us to reclaim our place, and you're going to be very proud of us.
You are a big. I mean, when you look at World Cup, China is the biggest population on Earth, but they don't even qualify for the World Cup. It doesn't matter how many persons that you have in your country.
They don't have rhythm. We're Africans. So, but anyway, we look forward to a good match.
We look forward. Either way, it's a good match.
That's what an African
1-0 for Cameroon.
That's right.
Good luck. All right. All right. Let me take it to this space, and let me take it to Simba as well. Simba, I'm glad you are here because, of course, you live in Saudi Arabia. So explain this. Saudi Arabia to open first alcohol store in its capital exclusively for diplomats. So what are you making of that? All that puritanical, Spartan way of life that they've used to intimidate people for so long. Now the Saudis turn alcoholics. What says you, Simba?
Okay, thank you, one man. Saudi Arabia is a very big country. It's like three times the size of Nigeria, and they are divided into regions. So we have so many. We have the eastern region, we have the western region, we have the Mecca Medina axis. The Mecca and Medina axis is actually the religious axis of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they are trying to diversify their economy away from oil, and they have what they call Vision 2030 that the Crown Prince started from 2015. So what they wanted to do is to also encourage tourists to come to their country, like what Dubai is doing. And you also know that they are also contesting to host World Cup. So they don't want anything that will stand as an impediment to their chances of hosting the World Cup. I think 2030 or 2032, that's what they are fighting for now. I think there was a time on this platform that I mentioned that I went to a mall where I stay, and during the Christmas, I heard in the mall they are playing Christmas carol. I was shocked. Then there was a time I was in Riyadh, in the hotel in Riyadh, and I heard them playing our own this lady music. So they are trying to liberalize their economy to encourage visitors to come to their country. So I think that's what they are trying to do.
But I thought the rules around things like alcohol, drugs, and debauchery, I thought that was non-negotiable. So has the whole thing been a con all the way through?
In fact, when I saw this one yesterday, I was shocked because one of my colleague mother that came to Saudi Arabia sometimes late last year had an issue. She came in through Ethiopia Airline. She was served an alcohol unknowingly in a can, and she was coming to actually see one of her grandchild here. So she thought it's a juice. So she didn't actually take it during the flight. She put it in her bag. And when she got to the airport, it became an issue for her that she imported alcohol to Saudi Arabia. But what I can say is that things are changing fast. The Crown Prince is trying to actually liberalize the economy to encourage people to come to Saudi Arabia, so that a lot of things is changing now. So that's what I can say.
You are right, brother. But people from outside of Saudi Arabia, especially people in the West, they think Saudi Arabia is ruled by only one family, which is the Saudi family. But that's not true, my friend. If you just see the history of Saudi Arabia and how they were formed, how they were established, and how they behave, it's being ruled by two families. One is direct, and we see them on TVs, in news, and that's called the House of Al Saudis. The other one is the House of Al Sheikh, which is the people who are responsible for the religion grounds. And these Al Sheikh guys, especially the people, the doctrine that they mostly 98% of Saudis goes to is from the Wahhabis and the Salafis doctrine of Islam, and they are very, very, very strict. And they survived two wars, World War I, World War II, and they still surviving. But what this Crown Prince now is doing is actually the right direction. He's not going just to do to issue a statement and say now alcohol is free, but he is doing this type step by step to modernize Saudi Arabia as a nation, because let us face it, they are a nation, it's a big country, and they have potential.
Do you think the Crown Prince is trying to launder his image off the back of that Jamal Khashoggi thing? Do you think that
is what the Western media is feeling us?
It's propagating. Yeah,
it's a
okay. DG. So let me just give me some. Let me say this. I think most people have this palpable fear about Saudi Arabia. You need to come to Saudi Arabia for you to have an on-site experience of the way Saudi Arabia is. Most of the things that the Western media propagate about Saudi Arabia are not actually true. You think that whenever you are in Saudi Arabia, you are caged, you are restricted, and all those things. It's not that true. Believe me. So you need to be there to know. So why do people come to Saudi Arabia when you think that you lose your freedom, you don't have anything to do with your life? No, it's not true. Everything that you've seen in Western world, I bet you they are here in Saudi Arabia, even if not better.
Yes, you're right. You're right. People put Saudi Arabia's, the media put a lot of propaganda against Saudi Arabia's rule. But I wish in Africa we should have a king like this, man. The guy is building a city now called a turtle city. Oh God. They are so rich.
But that's you know, whenever people think of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the abiding image is that Jamal Khashoggi narrative, and they can never escape that, what he did to that guy.
Yeah, we know. But thanks to Trump, Donald Trump, he put it down. If he was a Republican, a Democratic president, a liberal left president, he will put Saudi Arabia on accountability. But you know, when you look at Putin now, he just killed his enemy on air. You know, this the Wagner guy. When you are in power, of course, and you have a responsibility not only for your time, but the generations that will come, definitely those people who are going to, you know, do something bad to your agendas, you gotta compromise them. This is the nature of politics. And let us not forget, Kamal Khashoggi was part of the Saudi family ruling party. He was a journalist with them. He was in bed with them like 30 years. He was writing for them. Then he was bought and brought to America to write for Washington Post. And he's coming to Turkey, to United States Embassy, and applying, certificate marriage for his wife. He was an enemy of the state to begin with. When you take something from the royal family and you ate and you enjoyed it, and later on you do some rebellion, of course they're gonna kill you, man. This is how the kings and queens
but they did it in the most gruesome manner. You know what they
did? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how was he killed. The guy was already.
Let me tell you this, DG. You know what they did to Jamal Khashoggi is the abiding. If people, the one thing that people fear about the Arabs is that extreme cruelty. That they have that capacity for.
But what about one man? What about Russia? What about Russia? Look, the Wagner guy who tried to do a coup in Russia.
That was just a plain shot down. Now this guy was chopped. Well, it was chopped to bits alive.
Well, that's a good message, man. If I'm an African, I will do just the same thing. You know, because what I'm saying is you can sacrifice one person just to achieve the biggest goal. It's okay.
It is.
It's very okay, you know. One person for 100 million people, why not?
Yeah, but what was his crime? It was critical of the administration that they were too high-handed. And what was
that as I said, he was part. If you look at the history of Khashoggi, he was part of the Saudi media. He knew a lot. And then he's going there to Washington Post, which is completely right papers and doing everything they can do, anything that they can do, not to Saudi Arabia or any nation in the Middle East or Africa to improve. You know, Washington Post is far conservative bullshit. So the people who bought him, was not in favor of that side of that region. So of course, it should be compromised. And the reason why they could kill him in Washington, but the reason why they do that in the embassy in Turkey is to give message, man. It's not just a killing. You have to give your enemy, inside enemies, a message too. Don't do that. Look now, his children has accepted what we call a diya in Islam. A diya is like when one of your family members is being killed, willingly or not unwillingly or accidentally, you take compensation. The family took the compensation, kissed the king's ring, and said, "Let us move on."
Yes, I
Oh.
was surprised that his children sold out, so they took money. Although they were
No, no,
held,
no. They
they were
don't
held
need money.
captive. They were held
It's the
captive
culture,
in
man.
Saudi Arabia. They didn't let them leave Saudi Arabia though, so I'm not quite sure.
The woman is still fighting. The state
Are
is
you
still
there?
fighting. Yeah, but this is the culture, man. The children realize that okay, their father he was good, he was skilled, but okay, why not?
So take the money, Abi.
Yeah, look, you are talking about the culture. People who will kill themselves. These people will have a suicide belt and they will blow themselves just to get a victory against the enemy. So they know what killing and living a life is. They know what's the target here. So it's not only the money. Yeah, I don't blame the children too. They're good. They realize what is on stake here.
All right, brilliant. All right. Let's bring Ekene into the conversation. We've not heard enough from Ekene. Ekene,
Come on.
Alpha. What did they happen? You know, Kuku they sleep. You know, tomorrow is another shop day.
Tomorrow is environmental. I don't sleep there now. I mean, today is environmental. Before we go out,
They still they do environmental.
yeah, every Thursday now.
Oh, is that just for, or is that for the whole of Lagos?
Every Thursday of the year. Every day, every Thursday of the week.
That's for the whole of Lagos.
Yes, the whole of Lagos.
Do people actually do environmental, or they just stay indoors and watch television?
No, normally you would do environmental now because that Thursday is the day there maybe all those patrol team, if they see your shop dirty, they will lock it. They see anywhere dirty, they will lock it. If your gutter is dirty, they will lock your shop. So that's how they do it. So that Thursday from 8 to 10, you will not activity will not start until it is 10 a.m. Both banks and everything. Normally. So, so like people like us,
What's
we do our
that? Hold on. I've been meaning to ask you, what's that sound that we always hear anytime, like some noise? Like, what's that sound?
It's the fan. Let me lower it.
All right.
Is he in Nigeria? Is he using fan? We are dying for cold here. We are using heaters.
No, it's in Nigeria, clearly. You know, we're global. You know, we have people in Japan. We have you in Germany.
My God, I'm freezing. My wife just told me to go outside and smoke cigarettes. I'm freezing, and this guy is using fan. Oh gosh.
Do you still smoke cigarettes?
Sometimes, yeah, I do.
You are not vaping now. You've not gotten into vape.
No, I smoke. I smoke the normal cigarettes.
All right. Very few people still smoke cigarette. Everybody is vaping now.
No, I don't do vaping. I smoke actually LM, just like every 4 hours, one cigarette, yes, or 5 hours.
You drink coffee as well, Abi?
Energy drink, coffee. Yeah, I'm off today. I'm not working, so
that's the recipe for a long life, right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
And the fun. I remember I used to live in a hot country called Djibouti, and the fans were necessary, and I miss it. And my friend is just now saying, let me switch the fan off." When was the last time I switched the fan off? It's crazy.
You cannot sleep without fan, or even during learning season safe. You must on your fan. So I don't think unless if they are once there is
Are you in North Nigeria where the desert is?
It's the same with me actually. I cannot sleep without the fan on. Even here.
Hey, you are in England, aren't you, one man?
Yeah, you know what I do? I have the heater on, and then I have the fan on as well to
That's crazy, man. How much money did you pay for the heat, for the electricity?
It is, isn't it? Well, I can't sleep without the fan. That's just it.
And how much money did you pay for electricity? And it's a lot of money.
Don't worry. I don't look at my bills. I just set up a direct debit and then just.
Gosh, man. No. I don't buy it. You can use both heater and fan. That's crazy.
Yes.
That's crazy.
That means you just enjoy the sound, the music from his fan.
No.
The breeze.
You are trolling. Nobody can use both heater and fan. Yeah, you're joking.
No, and I cannot sleep in a silent. I have to have the radio. It has to be on BBC or something. Otherwise, just
yeah. Well, just listen to the Quran, man. Just make your Alexa read some Quran, and you can sleep as a baby. That's what I do.
I don't know anything about the Quran, but I like the rhythm. When I went to Istanbul. And then I went to Sultan Ahmed, the Blue Mosque, they call it. The music and the color, it was something out of the Arabian Night, it was really quite a delightful experience, yeah.
Oh, yes. That mosque is very, very beautiful. I was just at the Christmas, and my niece is in Turkey, and I visited her, and we went there. It's just beautiful, man. It's just amazing.
If you visit it at night, it's quite a magical experience. The Blue Mosque.
Yeah, you heard the Arabian Night, the Alf Layla wa Layla. We call it Alf Layla wa Layla. That means the 1,000 nights and a night. You read that book? It's a crazy book.
And of course,
actually,
yes.
According to us, it's a Muslim. My father used to read that book with me, and he told me, "Don't believe it. It's just literature. It's just poems." But it's very sexy, homosexual. Oh fuck! People are doing children. That's a crazy book, man.
I don't know why you recall from homosexuality. It's quite common practice amongst the Arabian space and especially within the Muslim religion.
No, not only the Arabian spaces or the Muslim, the elite spaces, and it doesn't matter what religion they have. I'm not going to defend the Muslims, but every elite, the rich people, when they are so tired of pussies, they will go for small children. That is crazy, man.
It's not that. And please don't go to small children. Otherwise, we can trigger YouTube. But I was watching this documentary. I think around Iran or something like that. And what was coming through was that they want their women chaste. So if a girl is to get married, she has to get married as a virgin. So for them to be able to observe that, they go at the girl from a different entry point. Let me put it that way.
I know what you're talking about. That's not even the Western nations. If you go to Europe and America and go to high schools, the girls are not going to give you the pussy, but they will give you the other side. They don't consider the other side a fat chick. It's nothing to do with.
No, I think it's an Arabian thing. It's an Arabian thing.
The Arabians are shit, man. You must know that. They are. It's a desert country, man. It's a hot. and the sexuality is crazy over there. We are close to the Arab nations. It's just the Red Sea is just dividing us, and we know what they are capable of doing.
Do you fear them? Do you fear them? Do the
Yeah,
Ethiopians
yes,
fear Ethiopians?
yes, 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 yes. We fear them, yeah, really. Because if we are not fearing them, why are now we like 1,500 years later, you know, have their culture, have their religion? Of course, of course. You have to be smart. You have to know people who are stronger than you. You have to be brave to have a fear, man. You know what I'm saying? Just can't be fool and dead. You have to balance what's right and what's wrong.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm back. So I don't know what are you people talking about today. I just wake up.
We were talking about all sorts. We were talking about Afenifere getting rid of Pa Fashionati, and then we were talking about Pa Adebanjo, and then we're talking about Ndume, who has been threatening, but it looks as though the Senate are now giving him a warning that he speaks only for himself. And then Yemi Cardoso is promising us that the price of our petrol is set to crash in Nigeria, and the Naira is about to find its true value. So all of that. But what is in the news where you are? What are people talking about in Nigeria?
Well, actually, those are the news, but that that Ndume stuff is just the senators, but Ndume is talking on the side of Northern and what they believe. So it's not about the senators; it's about what the Northerners believe. So that is it, and my former governor he went to court yesterday. They have seized his travel documents.
Is that Willie Obiano?
Yes.
Yes, I heard
So,
the EFCC after him.
Yeah, they're after him. So she'll come and vomit all the money he stole in Anambra State. So now, I think the next case, the next day he will go to court is maybe March 4th. Until his case is concluded, he will not travel out of the country. So that's how it is. So the Nick Cardoso stuff, I saw his comment and all that. That's how they used to say, but I still believe that something good will happen. I still believe. So I'm not going to just write him off or whatsoever. But let them put actions to their words. So they're able to put that.
What's the running report on the Dangote refinery? What are people saying about it? Are they optimistic that it's going to solve the perennial petrol shortage problem?
People are not optimistic because even I think that refinery is not really producing the real petroleum. I think it's the aviation petroleum they are focusing on, not really the petrol. So people are still asking why should he focus on the aviation petrol and not the ones that they will really need in Nigeria. So I don't know. That's the last time I heard about it. This is the argument that people were making. So I don't think he has started producing the main petrol that the masses are using. He focused on the aviation one. So, but let's see. I know how it goes. We are still optimistic. We are not going to dash our hope because things are like this. So they can match their words with the actions. I don't believe in words. I believe in action. You know that one man. So whenever you come to read all those good stuff just to impress my mind, it doesn't touch me at all. I believe whenever you have to do more as you have to act more than talking as a government. And government are talking too much. They speak too much English without putting too much actions. That's the problem we have. So, and with that kind of attitude, we are not going forward. But if they can drop all this, a lot of English speaking and trying to paint everything good and put more actions to their words, the country will get better. So that is it. We are we are believing in. We are believing.
What about
Nigeria.
what about the new airport terminals being built? Is that making the news?
No, 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 no. No, I don't. That is not making the news. The only thing that is making the news, we still have a lot of problem in Plateau State. A lot of issues still going on there. So churches and mosques are being burned down and everything. I don't know whether it's civil war going in Plateau. That
A senior member of that community came on the media space a couple of days ago, and is telling us that it's nothing to do with ethnicity or religion. It's essentially about mining. And as soon as they chase those people off the land, they bring in the diggers and start to mine.
Yeah, that is it. I think that is what is going on there. I believe that story very well. I believe it, but that's why the government needs to come in. All these our natural resources, they're not making very good use of it. They're only focusing in oil, but all those things that are supposed to be bringing in some revenue for us, and they should come in and know how to manage it instead of using. I don't know. The government. That's what the government really needs to step in that place and put a law so that all these things, those killings will stop. I don't know why it's difficult for them to do that, but I believe that's the right thing for them to do. So if that is the case, that is the problem, that should be the burden of the federal government to wade in that environment and see how to sort that matter out. But I don't know if they continue to live it in that manner for the masses to continue jostling and hustling for who will control the resources. I think that problem will continue to linger, and it's not good for the society and the people of Plateau State. A lot of killing has happened because of that issue. So we have to do more. These days I don't really want to be talking much on the problems what we are facing in Nigeria. We're just looking and hoping that things will get better. So yeah.
But let me come in for 1 minute on that. It's far more sinister than the way even Woman is putting it, right? Today, Tinubu has jetted out to France for health reasons. And yeah, it's gone to France. There's a mineral angle to it. France been chased out of Niger, and they're coming in there. But there is also the religious and ethnic angle. You have to admit it. Those people know what's going on. You have to listen to the governors, former governors of that place, our Nigerian citizens who are very smart. They're not stupid. They know what's happening. They're taking over their lands. They're killing them, even with a curfew. The governor imposed a curfew, but these terrorists, and they're not 10 foot tall. That's another thing we have to remember here. These people are not 10 foot tall. These are ragtag, sailpass wearing punks. So if the Nigerian military, that has been able to go to other countries in the past and stabilize it and remove dictators and do missions for the United Nations, what do you mean the Nigerian military cannot stop the killings? I mean, of course, the Nigerian military,
Well,
the
even
ability.
if I believe if that is the problem, maybe some elites are involved in that because ordinary masses cannot just be going there and be fighting for natural resources. Some elites must be sponsoring it. So
Of course, but
it's not.
don't take that and run because it says is the natural resources. That's not what it is. It's a Islamic fundamentalist and Fulani herdsmen killing those people. When somebody like former governor, what's his name from Benue State, they used to actually chase him from his farm. This is the governor, and a very stubborn person, is courageous person. He used to tell Buhari face to face, say, look, stop your people from killing my people, and narrate what's going on there. I believe him more than some charlatan coming here to say that it's not religious stuff. It's religious and it's ethnic. So you look at it, the Northerners believe that the Midwestern part of Nigeria is part of the North, and they're coming to take it. It's fertile. It has a lot of resources here on it. So what behooves me is why the Yorubas and the Igbos and the Ibibios and the Benis and all these other people, I know that this Benue Plateau, they've erred in the past by helping commit genocide on our people. But that was a different generation. I think it's time for us to galvanize and stop these people from being massacred. You know, this is no time to promote any propaganda.
We really have so if they have solution for it as a mass, we should have done that. But for now, that's I don't know what to say again. But the security agent, even when you invite most of these top personnel to talk about how to tackle it, even this Alim Ndume in that his interview, he confirmed it that the security personnel we have in Nigeria don't have the manpower to tackle the insecurity in Nigeria. He said it. And the way you ask him several times, he continued to maintain that stand that Nigerian security personnel don't have the manpower.
He's a smart guy, but he's a liar. See that guy?
When he's saying all that, when a senator comes up on a national television and tell you we don't have the manpower, we don't have the personnel and all that to tackle the insecurity, who am I to speak? It's their duty. They know if they say the security personnel don't have the manpower, what am I the one to provide it?
Yeah. What I'm saying though, he's a liar. He's a liar and a bad actor.
I don't even understand how we operate in this nation. That a senator will just come out on national and be proud to say that
exactly
we don't have the manpower, we don't have the personnel, we don't have these are the reasons why I believe that our military personnel are not growing, because nobody will want to go into a military when you know that your life is not secured. The government will not give you the 100% security apparatus and all that and the materials you need. You go there, you buy your clothes, you buy your shoes, with all those. He even confirmed it that even their salaries are too poor. A military man earning is it 45,000 and their daily allowances. He just the way he described it is so irritating.
But let them appoint a chief of army staff that is from there, right? Chief of police, security people that are from there, or from the southeast, or from the south, right? Put some people in charge who are not part of a cabal. If you can do, if you're serious, that's the way to tackle stuff like that. Bring a brigade.
No, if you're not among the cabals, or if you're not thinking towards their direction, I don't think you will get an appointment. And that's why our government.
I'm offering a solution. That's why I'm offering a solution that is a low-hanging fruit.
That's how it should be, but it's very difficult to happen that way. So once you don't have the same mindset with them, you will not be part of their government functionalities and all that. So that's what it is, and that's how we are in Nigeria. And I don't pray that things continue like this. I pray that things get better. So, one man, you watch this show? Me, this guy from is it Ogun State or I don't know, that PDP guy.
What did they do? Which show?
Prime time.
Yeah, tell me about it.
In Araiti. Okay, well, the guy was talking about the one party system and how he's trying. I think he wants to be the national chairman of PDP. He took his party to.
Shegun Showunmi. Is that Shegun Showunmi?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So and he talk about his visit to P2B and Buhari and all that. So he said a lot of things. He said that getting close to Buhari made him want to, if anybody speak evil against Buhari, that he can even kill that person. That Buhari is not the way people portray him, and all that. It's just that he still speak about the incapacity of our, just like Tinubu now jetting out. The only thing that most of the time these presidents we have in this country is that they're not too healthy enough to carry out Nigerian functions. So that's how he explained it. They're not too healthy enough. They come at their later age. So when they want to perform, it's very difficult for them to perform. So he's giving all that and talking about how to bring in the Southeast into the politics of Nigeria. And that's the reason he visited P2B. And the obedient were insulting him and all that. That he wants to help the obedient, but the obedient were insulting him. So, but that's what it is. But he still wants the Southeast. That Southeast must be given an opportunity in the Nigerian politics and all that. So that he's doing that for unity of Nigeria and all that. And that's why he visited Buhari. That Buhari told him things that we need to do for Southeast to be included in Nigerian politics. But he didn't point out those things that Buhari told him. He said that they are still in discussion. So, and they were trying to ask him this that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but one man, are you there?
I am here.
Thank you for having me. I have to go now. My family just woke up. We are going to prepare for school, new day, and I am very glad you accepted me in this Nigerian panel. I enjoyed the last 1 hour or 1.5 hour conversation with you on the panel. So keep going on, my brother. Salam alaikum. Love you.
All right, alaikum salam. Thank you, DG. Join us again anytime you have time. Just join us. It's a free speaking space. You can just say anything. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to know about Nigeria.
One man, you have been outed. You're a Muslim.
I am everything. Thank you. I'm a Buddhist Muslim.
One man,
come on. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, buddy. Thanks a lot.
Have a good day.
Yeah.
So that was DG, our reach to Ethiopia. So that was DG. Yeah. Ekene.
Yeah, that's what the guy there is. So he still believe in PDP. So they want to go into rebuilding process. But it is believed that somebody is backing him up to be doing that journey stuff and all that, visiting Buhari, visiting P2B and all that. That some people are behind it. So they're trying to bring these guys together and know how to give a Southeast a chance, maybe in the next election and all that. But I don't know for him. That is what he just said today.
Is that what he said? That the PDP will look to the Southeast in 2027?
That's the discussion he had that night is just that's what he's pointing at. But he said that Atiku is not have not yet told him that he will back down in 2027. So when Atiku confirmed that he still believes in Atiku, but he never said that he will not contest, but well, he's still hoping to hear from him regarding that, so that they will know the way forward. I don't know.
All right, brilliant. So, gentlemen, I'm going to seek to start to round it up here. Thomas is not available for reasons of work, and I have to be not available for reasons of sleep. So we'll do it all again tomorrow. Thank everyone for joining us. Patoski, we didn't hear much from. Ekene sounded half asleep, which will be in a moment. Pansat, he did not quite go Pansat all the way through today. So we enjoyed his company. So thank everyone. Good night, and I will see you tomorrow. So thank you, everyone.
Au revoir.